Chapter 36-37. About 10 days later, Long Chen came out of the Tower of Time and arrived at the Death Realm. Lingxi and the other elder gods were waiting for Long Chen. In fact, when Long Chen appeared, they could clearly feel that Long Chen had changed. This was the improvement of the origin of the world. Long Chen did not hide it. They now had some understanding of Long Chen's situation. At this time, Long Chen's killing intent was stronger. Clearly, he had made some progress with the primordial blood spirit dragon. The elder gods did not expect this. According to their estimates, Long Chen would need more than 10 times the time to reach this level. So they were a little surprised. They did not say much, but inwardly, they were happy. At least they could see that Long Chen was still in the process of rapid transformation. Destiny Astral Ancestor hurried out and said, "Long Chen, I found something." What? It was almost the time the other party had mentioned. If he had found something, it must be the key. Destiny Astral Ancestor said, "It's like this. I paid a heavy price to think about it carefully. Using the Tao of Destiny, I was able to foresee what would happen in the future. After all, the enemy elder gods are involved, and they are trying to stop me. This time, I managed to find out some information. Their target this time is likely to be the Eastern Starfield. Eastern Star Region." Long Chen believed in Destiny Astral Ancestor. Clearly, the method he mentioned was not very easy. The other party was also a 4th era origin ancestor god, so they would be on guard and not let him see. It was already very good that he could tell it was the Eastern Star Region. How much longer do they have to attack? About 6 hours. There were still 6 hours left. Long Chen felt that he could give it a try. Since they can tell it's the Eastern Star Region, they obviously have a clear target. That's why they let Destiny Astral Ancestor see it. In that case, I can also try to use the rule of time to see the future. Okay. Long Chen had never tried before. He had thought about it in the past 10 days, but the other party had probably always had a clear target, so it was difficult to see. Now that he had a clue, Long Chen was ready to give it a try. He arrived at the temporal tunnel and the eternal vortex. The power of time here could assist him. Long Chen had never traveled through time and space to see the future. Although it was said that there were no risks, it was true that the future was unpredictable. There were too many possibilities, and if one saw too many, it would be easy to confuse oneself. It affected his state of mind. For example, Long Chen would see the scene of the myriad worlds being destroyed, the scene of the dragon sacrificial continent being destroyed, the scene of everyone around him being annihilated, and even the details. That was quite unbearable. The power of time swept around Long Chen. The vast sea of time drowned him inch by inch. Mirror of the future. Under Long Chen's control, the boundless power of time condensed into a giant mirror in front of him. This mirror was like a vortex, and inside it were countless rooms. Each room contained a myriad of worlds, too many to count. These worlds were constantly collapsing and changing, and they were constantly changing. There were endless possibilities. And it was constantly evolving. Long Chen did not dare to go deep into these worlds. If he went too deep, the future would become reality, and Long Chen would be directly swallowed by that reality. His eyes constantly changed as he searched. His heart was still stable. Even if he saw a scene of despair, he could still face it calmly. Eastern Star Region. Long Chen focused the image on the countless Eastern Star Region. Fortunately, the range was limited by the fated star ancestor, so Long Chen could reduce the range by a lot. And in the Eastern Star Region, the vague image of a battle taking place occupied a part of it. Most of them seemed to be related to a world. That is, that world was very blurry. But in Long Chen's mind, a big fish, a fierce tiger, and a rock appeared. Kuan Ancestral Realm. When he thought of this world, the clouds in the mirror of the future changed and condensed into a world. It was Kuan Ancestral Realm. There should be no mistake. This time, Long Chen had a certain degree of confidence. After all, the other party had a very clear goal, and the fated star ancestor had spent a lot of energy to help him lock on the target. Coupled with his own perception, Long Chen could basically be sure. He had come to the death realm. "Let's go to Kuan Ancestral Realm," said Long Chen. "Chen, are you sure it's this world?" Lingxi was a little worried. Long Chen said, "It's impossible to say for sure, but for me, this is the most likely place. We can only wait there and hide. If we make the right bet, maybe we will gain something. After all, facing them, we are too passive. Okay. Let's hide in Kuan Ancestral Realm first." Everyone trusted Long Chen even more. Ancestral Hun Kuan's realm, as well as the spell formation that Elder God Hun Kuan had set up. Upon arriving, Long Chen and the others hid behind the spell formation. Time passed bit by bit as Long Chen and the others conversed in secret. "Once they appear, we'll have to attack them as quickly as possible. We'll have to do our best to disperse them and keep them here. Of course, the most important ones are the past and future ancestors. Therefore, I suggest that at least 4 of you deal with the past and future ancestors." Apart from the past and future ancestors, the others had all seen the situation. In the end, 5 of them had been sent to deal with the past and future ancestors. When they arrived, they would deal with them. Time was a small matter. In Long Chen's mind, he could hear the voices of all living beings. The closer they got to that time, the more nervous they became. Although the probability was 1 in 10,000, the result would be the destruction of their world. That kind of fear was like a devil in their hearts. All living beings couldn't help but tremble, and many of them had even fled their own worlds to roam the starry sky. Some of them had even taken their god kingdoms with them. This was a good way to reduce the number of casualties. At least the Creator God was here with Long Chen. Even if the world was destroyed, they wouldn't necessarily die. The entire world was filled with sadness and fear. Countless people were panicking, hugging one another, praying, and running around. Countless people looked up at the sky. Maybe at this time, even Long Chen couldn't be their savior. "Long Chen, you aren't dead yet. Didn't we give you 10 days to kill yourself?" As expected, before the time was up, their voices swept through the world once more. Even a fly would be able to hear them, and it was deafening. Long Chen didn't reply. However, the world was in a panic. Countless people cried and screamed. They didn't have much hope for Long Chen. "Living beings of the myriad worlds, don't blame us. It's Long Chen who wants us to die. We have no choice but to resist. He's not the savior you think he is. He cherishes his own life, so don't think that he will sacrifice his life for you. It's impossible." This was the laughter of the mortal people emperor ancestor. Long Chen, he was once the hope of all worlds. But now, he was being suppressed by these ancestor gods and didn't even dare to make a sound. Humph. Time's up. Since this turtle isn't saying anything, let's see which world will be the next to be destroyed. Long Chen, you have 10 breaths of time to kill yourself. If you don't, the trillions of living beings in this world will be destroyed. Then, they started the countdown. On the other side, they had placed their hopes on Ancestral Hun Kuan realm and were prepared to break the rules. Lingxi's insensible curse was already prepared and they were waiting for the final attack. 3. 2. When the countdown reached this point, ripples suddenly appeared above Ancestral Hun Kuan realm. It was obvious that the ancestor gods were about to come out. The moment they appeared, they would destroy Ancestral Hun Kuan realm. Attack! As soon as they appeared, Long Chen and the others rushed out, surrounded them, and attacked in a shocking manner. The other party had the past and future ancestors, so it wasn't certain that they would succeed just because they knew they would come. Long Chen didn't have much hope. But he would definitely fight to the death. In an instant, 6 ancestor gods appeared. In an instant, they appeared before the 6 ancestor gods and attacked at the same time. Chapter 36-38. To Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others, the appearance of Long Chen and the others was too sudden. They were full of confidence and wanted to destroy Chaos Kun Ancestor realm to give Long Chen and the others a show of strength. Today, the moment they appeared, they started killing. In this chaotic whirlpool, even Long Chen, who was on the attacking side, found it hard to control. Although the law attacks weren't targeting him, they still affected him to a certain extent. He and Lingxi were a small team. In the most chaotic state, his right hand was holding the blood sword Slaughter and his left hand was wrapped by the time chain. These two powers had the origin of the fifth world. This was Long Chen's strongest ability. Common People's Emperor Ancestor. Actually, Long Chen wanted to find Chaos Whole Ancestor the most. But the one closest to him and Lingxi was Common People's Emperor Ancestor. As for Chaos Whole Ancestor, he couldn't see where he was in this chaotic scene. The other ancestor gods were probably targeting him. He had fallen into another world's imprisonment. The most obvious one was Common People's Emperor Ancestor. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't choose him. Common People's Emperor Ancestor was someone he hated. World Stop Curse. Lingxi was prepared and attacked even faster than Long Chen. She had once defeated Common People's Emperor Ancestor and was using the same trick again. Primal Disaster Curse. Two curses hung on Common People's Emperor Ancestor's body. At this moment, he had just arrived and was stunned. Moment God Country. The Time World Source swept out and the chain flew out like a whip. It wrapped around Common People's Emperor Ancestor. The Moment God's Kingdom was Long Chen's highest attainment in stopping time. The outline of a magical country appeared around Common People's Emperor Ancestor. This was a country that stopped time and swallowed him up. World Stop Curse and Moment God Country locked down Common People's Emperor Ancestor who had just appeared. He didn't move. Wheel of the Past. Just at this moment, a giant wheel of light appeared on the chaotic battlefield. It expanded and swept, shining brightly. This wasn't the law of the ancestor god that Long Chen was familiar with. It was definitely the ancestor of the past and future. So many elder gods, but none of them were able to stop her. The most crucial part of this attack was to deal with the past and future ancestors. However, a problem still occurred here, allowing the past and future ancestors to display their terrifying laws. From this, it could be seen that the difficulty of dealing with the ancestor of the past and future still exceeded the imagination of Long Chen and the others. The wheel of the past enveloped the entire battlefield. Within the wheel, there were complex arrayed diagrams of laws. Countless translucent ropes extended out like tentacles, attaching themselves to the bodies of the elder gods. On Long Chen's side, in the endless chaotic world, the only one he could see was Common People's Emperor Ancestor. The transparent ropes of the Wheel of the Past were connected to his body and they pierced through Long Chen and Lingxi's laws. It pierced straight into the world of Long Chen's instant divine kingdom. Then, the divine body of Common People Emperor Ancestor flashed in the Moment God Nation, ready to leave at any moment. Not good, Long Chen can't stop them. Their escaping ability is too strong. Try to take one or two down. The past and future ancestors were dragging them away. Under such a situation, of course, they would try to pull as many as they could. Since Long Chen and Lingxi were controlling Common People Emperor Ancestor, when the situation went out of control, of course, they wanted to hold him back. World Cleansing Celestial King Sword. Lingxi was swept by the White Lotus, slashing furiously on the transparent ropes. She continuously sliced off the roots, but this still couldn't stop Common People Emperor Ancestor from flashing away. At this moment, Common People Emperor Ancestor's body was struggling and he could already speak. He opened his mouth and laughed, all of you can't even catch us. You are wasting your energy. That arrogant, confident, and gleeful look really infuriated one. 9 skies and 10 lands, eternal soul-breaking curse. If Lingxi was forced into a corner, that would also be a terrifying thing. When the Wheel of the Past appeared, she was worried that she would lose this opportunity again. Thus, she quickly began to prepare and explode, unleashing this peerless curse that came from the god-cursed demon ancestor. Common People Emperor Ancestor was still laughing when he was instantly hit. His face turned ashen white, his body was in a mess, and he twitched. This curse entered deep into his soul, slicing it like a knife. This pain was really heaven-defying. During these days, Lingxi had become the person that Common People Emperor Ancestor feared the most. In the 10,000 worlds, Common People Emperor Ancestor's heart-wrenching screams spread out. Don't think about leaving. Under Lingxi's control, the eternal soul-breaking curse wrapped around Common People Emperor Ancestor. I will leave now. At this moment, the wheel of the past was about to activate and send them back to the past to escape from this place. This power actually exceeded the control of the dozens of ancestor gods present. This was really rare. Common People Emperor Ancestor's body flashed intensely. Lingxi went all out and wanted to use the curse to stop him here. At this moment, after a period of preparation, Long Chen had finished his preparations. In truth, after completing Moment God Country, he immediately used this move. Departed Soul Hell Whirlpool. The blood slaughter sword in his hand became incomparably huge. Then, under Long Chen's control, it charged into Moment God Country and drew a circle in front of Common People Emperor Ancestor. That circle quickly turned into a terrifying blood-colored whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, it was incomparably deep, like a bottomless pit. The bottomless pit was spinning intensely and terrifyingly. As it spun, countless shattered souls were born. The entire whirlpool, which wasn't that big, was filled with billions of souls. Hong Long. The departed soul hell whirlpool gave birth to a terrifying suction force. When Lingxi's curse landed on Common People Emperor Ancestor's body, the suction force also affected him. At this moment, Common People Emperor Ancestor was facing Lingxi's strongest curse as well as Long Chen's shocking soul-devouring power. Who? In that instant, the departed soul hell whirlpool was like the mouth of a giant beast that swallowed Common People Emperor Ancestor. This was when the power of the wheel of the past was still affecting Common People Emperor Ancestor. When Common People Emperor Ancestor was swallowed, Long Chen and Lingxi were fighting against the past and future ancestor. The opponent's power was really mysterious. It is the power of time, but not all of it. Long Chen dealt with it calmly. When he used Slaughter and Lingxi's curse, he used the power of time within the death whirlpool. It was the exact opposite of the power of the past. This power of time, the whirlpool, and the curse were connected together. In the blink of an eye, the wheel of the past was getting further and further away from Common People Emperor Ancestor. Wang. In that instant, the past and future ancestor had already brought the wheel of the past with him, turning into a shimmering mist. He suddenly exploded and disappeared. No one knew where he went. On the battlefield, the feeling from the opponent was quickly disappearing under the pull of the wheel of the past. Who is left? Many people lost their opponents and stopped attacking. Only then did the battlefield become less chaotic. They discovered that the Chaos Hole Ancestor, Saint Ancestor Kitagarba, Blood Demon Ancestor, and Eridao Ancestor had all been pulled away by the past and future ancestors at the last moment. After all, they did not have Lingxi's curse, nor did they have Long Chen's power to control time. Arg. Common People Emperor Ancestor had not been able to escape. Although it was simple, Long Chen had indeed caught him at the last moment. He had severed the connection between him and the wheel of the past. Don't let him escape. In an instant, everyone saw their only prey. All the ancestor gods surrounded him. Long Chen spat him out of the death spirit whirlpool. In an instant, all the attacks of the ancestor gods landed on him. Rumble. Common People Emperor Ancestor's flesh and blood body was once again destroyed. Only the world source of the Mortal People Emperor's pagoda was left, which was tightly restrained by the ancestor gods. No matter what, in the current situation, being able to catch one of them was already a great progress. At least, There was still hope for the future. There was still hope for all living beings. You dare to hurt me? Aren't you afraid of angering us? We won't give you any chance to destroy the 10,000 worlds. Common People Emperor Ancestor roared, threatening. Shut his mouth. Long Chen could not be bothered to listen to him. Looking back, because of the intense battle, the Chaos Kun ancestral realm was still affected. Long Chen sent down the flame of life. The entire 10,000 worlds were paying attention to the battle between the peak ancestor gods. In the end. Chapter 36-39. This time, it wasn't easy for them to predict that they would attack the Hunkin ancestral realm. Actually, Long Chen's goal was to imprison them all at once. At the very least, they would be imprisoned for a long time, unable to come into contact with the myriad worlds. Unless Long Chen had a way to completely control them. But such a good chance only locked up one Common People's Emperor ancestor. That was a pity. I didn't expect that the ancestor of the past and future would be so powerful. She managed to escape even after we surrounded her. In previous battles, she wasn't particularly outstanding, but when it came to escaping, she was the #1 elder god. As long as she wants to escape, so many of us can't stop her. This is a great opportunity. They all felt that it was a pity. Such a good opportunity had been wasted, and the next time would be even more difficult. It was not always possible to know which world the other party was going to attack. Luckily, I caught Common People's Emperor ancestor. This was the only consolation in his heart. The ancestor gods of the dragon sacrificial continent were constantly paying attention to the situation here. On the other hand, the living beings of the myriad worlds did not know much about the current situation. They could only wait for the news of the next world being destroyed. However, this time, the myriad worlds seemed to be very calm. No one knew what was happening. Which world is it that's gone? Will Long Chen commit suicide at a time like this? Under the fear of the destruction of the world, they didn't know what they were thinking. Long Chen. How do you plan to deal with it? Primordial War Ancestor asked. Now, everyone was gathered together again, monitoring the movements of the infinite worlds. I wonder where they are now and what they're going to do, everyone muttered in their hearts. After all, even if they caught the Common People's Emperor ancestor, they wouldn't be able to hurt their foundations. Long Chen looked at the Common People's Emperor pagoda and said, if I had a choice, would definitely kill him on the spot. Unfortunately, I can't for the time being. After all, the Common People's Emperor region was such a huge world. If they killed him, it would be a crime that would go down in history. At this moment, the vast voice of the Fourth Era's ancestral god once again resounded in the infinite worlds. That was the extremely cold voice of Era Ancestor. He was furious and roared, Long Chen, I will give you a chance to release Common People Emperor Ancestor. Otherwise, we will start a massacre. His furious voice caused the entire world to tremble. Hearing the contents of the voice, all living beings and the gods and demons realized that from how angry the Era Dao ancestor was, it seemed like their operation had failed. Moreover, the Common People's Emperor ancestor had been captured. Impossible. Didn't they say that it would be difficult for them to catch each other? Did Long Chen and the others see through their plan? This result was a pleasant surprise to all living beings in the infinite worlds, and they regained hope in Long Chen. However, seeing how enraged the Dao ancestor was, they were a bit worried. The battle wasn't over yet, and in their frenzy, they were about to start a massacre. Long Chen knew that they would not let this matter rest. Didn't you say that a world would be destroyed in 10 days? Today, your operation failed and we even caught the Common People's Emperor ancestor. Are you going to fly into a rage out of humiliation and not follow your own rules? Long Chen calmly replied. His calm voice also spread throughout the infinite worlds. Such a voice finally calmed the hearts of all living beings. But right away, the other party dropped a heavy bomb. It was the Chaos Whole ancestor's turn. He laughed coldly, we don't have any rules. 10 days was just a game we played with you. Unfortunately, you guessed the location of the game correctly. However, we said that we would destroy a world today. You are lucky to be in the Chaos Kun ancestors' realm. But we said that we had to do well, right? So, today, we will still destroy a world. Long Chen, can you guess the next world? The other party's cold voice reverberated throughout the infinite worlds, causing one's heart to go numb. Long Chen guessed that since they didn't attack consecutively and were just stalling for time while exerting pressure on Long Chen, they probably hadn't prepared something. Of course, attacking twice today wasn't a problem for them. Today's problem wasn't solved at all. Now, all living beings in the infinite worlds panicked. Today, another world would be destroyed. The world was going to be destroyed. The world was going to be destroyed, everything was going to be destroyed, families were going to be destroyed. It was the most tragic thing in the world. Everyone was panicking. At this moment, the chaotic whole ancestor's voice rang out again. He chuckled a few times and said, however, something unexpected happened today. Consider it your win. Therefore, I will propose a condition. We will let you go this time. As long as you release the common people's ancestor, we will not attack the next world today. The next time we attack, we will talk about time. I am being merciful and sparing the entire world. What do you think about such a deal, Long Chen? After he said this, the infinite worlds were in dead silence. This was a huge problem. The fourth era ancestor gods all looked at Long Chen with much difficulty. They all knew how much Long Chen hated them. Common people's emperor ancestor was one of them. Today, they spent a lot of effort to capture common people's emperor ancestor. But at this moment, they wanted to use the survival of a world to exchange for common people's emperor ancestor. The problem was that the survival of this world depended on what they said, but it depended on their mood. Today, they could let go of a world and tomorrow, they could wipe it out. To them, as long as they could escape at any moment, it wasn't difficult at all. Did this mean that Long Chen and the others would never be able to imprison them? As long as they could imprison one, they would use the survival of a world to exchange, everything was decided by their rules. But today, they could indeed save a world. This was the truth. The biggest problem was that they were unwilling. It wasn't just Long Chen who felt indignant. Lingxi felt indignant as well. All the ancestor gods felt indignant as well. But, so what if they were unwilling? No matter what, the survival of a world was important. The Chaos Whole ancestor god sighed and shook his head. He understood that the enemy was so cunning. Although they captured common people's emperor ancestor, they basically had to hand him over. Despicable. The ancestor gods couldn't help but scold. If that's the case, as long as they threaten us with the survival of the world, we will have to release the opponents we have subdued. In other words, we can only resolve the crisis of the myriad worlds once and for all? Destiny Star Ancestor was still unconvinced. He felt that he couldn't agree to their demands. Long Chen, what do you think? Everyone looked towards Long Chen. At least today, we can save a world. Moreover, capturing common people's emperor ancestor isn't that useful. Primal War Ancestor said helplessly. He was kind and couldn't bear to see the world be destroyed. All the pressure was on Long Chen. Long Chen, don't disappoint the hopes of all living beings in the myriad worlds. Their lives and safety are in your hands. Do you have the heart to watch an entire world perish because of your wrong decision? Dao Ancestor Ji Yuan's voice reverberated through the myriad worlds. As long as you release common people's emperor ancestor, we promise that we won't destroy the world today. Of course, let's do this first. The next time we appear, we will give you 10 days to kill yourself. How about that? Chaos Whole Ancestor laughed. At least one world would be able to avoid this calamity. Everyone was waiting for Long Chen's decision. No matter what, he should agree, right? After all, it's a world. He doesn't have the ability to suppress all these madmen. What's the point of just suppressing one? At least today is a victory and we've saved a world. Please Long Chen, let go of common people's emperor ancestor. We don't want the world to be destroyed, we want to die. Countless beings in the endless God Palace said such things in Long Chen's body. Long Chen could clearly hear their voices. Most of them chose to compromise. To them, even 10 days was a form of hope. No one knew that their world would be destroyed at this time. Under the pressure of the chaotic whole ancestor and the others, the living beings of the myriad worlds gradually accepted their fate and abandoned themselves to despair. They were even waiting for Long Chen to kill himself. Long Chen, release him. Otherwise, we'll attack. Chaos whole ancestor threatened. At this moment, under endless pressure, countless noises, and under the urging of the entire world, Long Chen raised his sword and walked towards common people's emperor ancestor. Chaos whole ancestor, go ahead and destroy the world. Today, I'm going to kill an ancestor god. In order to welcome the shocking release of Madman's new book in late November, the website is holding a limited release for the Dragon Blood War God. Please follow Madman's WeChat, Feng Qingyang. Read the official version every day and send it directly to your phone. Chapter 3640. At this moment, Long Chen said something that exceeded everyone's imagination. His opponents and companions didn't expect him to make such a decision. After all, it didn't match his style of doing things and the wishes of all living beings in the myriad worlds. Long Chen. In this situation, it isn't much use for us to imprison the common people emperor ancestor. Since they have already said that we can save one world today, we will save one world, the primordial war ancestor said helplessly. I know you are unwilling, we are all unwilling, but the ancestor god is destined not to be killed from the moment they appeared, the primordial soul ancestor murmured. They thought that Long Chen was just saying it casually, but at this moment, Long Chen had already stopped in front of the common people emperor ancestor. Chen. Perhaps at this moment, all living beings in the world, including Lingxi, didn't understand Long Chen. They felt that he was immature and impulsive at this moment. The opponent was too ruthless, and now wasn't the time to be impulsive. Of course, what Long Chen said just now was for all living beings in the world to hear. This time, he went against the wishes of all living beings in the world. When the world told him to give up, he chose to persevere and resist. The Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others thought that they had heard wrongly. The Chaos Whole Ancestor lost his voice and said, Long Chen, did I hear wrongly? You want us to destroy the world, but you want to kill a fourth-era ancestor god? This doubt existed in the hearts of all living beings in the myriad worlds. They originally thought that after 10 days of peace, Long Chen and the others could save at least one world today. Long Chen didn't reply. He entered a state of blood. In front of him was the fearless common people emperor ancestor. Although he was restrained, he still raised his head and squinted his eyes. He looked at Long Chen with a smug smile. Needless to say, he was telling Long Chen that he was the ancestor god and that Long Chen couldn't do anything to him. The era ancestor shouted coldly, Long Chen, it seems like you have been frightened by us. Don't you know how many people will die when we destroy a world? Don't you know that if you kill the common people's emperor ancestor, the billions of lives in the common people's emperor region will be destroyed because of your cruelty, evil, and rashness? It seems like compared to us, you are even more of an executioner for them. That's right. Long Chen, you dare to do this. You are much more vicious than us. In your eyes, all the living beings in the myriad worlds are the real ants. Poor ants. They really thought that you cared for them. They are too naive and stupid. Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha laughed. Merciless mockery. Today, you win. I just want you to release the common people emperor ancestor and Long Chen. I'll give you one last chance. Young man, don't be too agitated. There is still a long way to go. The war between us is far from over, the black hole sorcerer ancestor said shamelessly like an elder. However, Long Chen didn't respond even after they had spoken to this extent. This made all the living beings in the myriad worlds and the gods panic. Could it be that what they said is true? Long Chen has always acted like a savior, but I'm afraid it's just an act. In his heart, we are all insignificant ants, so, he doesn't care about the lives of ants at all. He only cares about his status in the myriad worlds. If that's the case, it makes sense why he wants to kill the common people Emperor Ancestor and destroy him. He even wants his opponent to destroy a world. The black hole sorcerer Ancestor had this kind of magic. He could make all the living beings in the myriad worlds think in the direction he pointed. All of a sudden, the myriad worlds were in chaos. Protest. Uproar. Long Chen, you can't do this. Release the common people Emperor Ancestor. Don't lead to the destruction of the myriad worlds and the extinction of all lives because of your hatred. As the Lord of the myriad worlds in our hearts, how can you use your own emotions to control the fate of all the living beings in the myriad worlds? Long Chen, let him go. You can't stop them at all. Why don't you let him go today? At least he can save the lives of a world. Please, we don't want to die. Earth-shattering howls came from all over the myriad worlds. They were all trying to stop Long Chen. They probably felt that there was little hope. If that wasn't the case, why would Long Chen and the others be led by the nose until now? Maybe some people even thought that if Long Chen killed himself, the Ancestor Gods Alliance would be restored, and the top Ancestor Gods would make a decision together. Then, the myriad worlds wouldn't have so much trouble, and the era of Genesis would be truly peaceful. Long Chen, you're the main culprit. If not for your existence, the myriad worlds wouldn't be in such turmoil. So many worlds wouldn't be destroyed. Some people even said such words in despair. Let him go. Throughout the myriad worlds, countless territories were filled with voices like a tidal wave. These voices were urging Long Chen to put the greatest pressure on Long Chen in history. It was like countless flies flapping their wings and flying around Long Chen's ears. That feeling was really unbearable. Behind these voices were the arrogant smiles of the Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others. They had succeeded. At this moment, they even controlled the opinions of the myriad worlds. Today, Long Chen had no choice but to let Common People's Emperor Ancestor go. Common People's Emperor Ancestor was never willing to accept that Long Chen dared to do anything to him. Alright, little wimpy brat, anyone can brag. Stop messing around and quickly let me go. Today, we'll let one world go and one path of survival. If not, they will kill until you let me go. Idiot, you can't beat us at all. Common People's Emperor Ancestor laughed out loud, his eyes filled with disdain. He was really at ease and wasn't worried at all. The sharp laughter of the Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others, the disdainful gaze of Common People's Emperor Ancestor, the prayers of the gods and demons in the myriad worlds. Cursing, all of this pressure surrounded Long Chen at this moment, making it difficult for him to raise the slaughter sword in his hand. It was as if there were billions of tons of pressure weighing down on him. Facing Common People's Emperor Ancestor, Long Chen had a killing intent he had never felt before. But today, be it the enemy or the gods and demons he worked so hard to protect, they all stopped his killing heart. To Long Chen, if he didn't kill Common People's Emperor Ancestor today, then his entire slaughter Dao would collapse. If he couldn't kill someone he should kill, then what slaughter Dao was that? He was unwilling, he wasn't willing. In his chest, there was an intense volcano that swept through the myriad worlds. It surged and rumbled continuously. Hatred swept and smashed into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The world-shocking killing intent was like a giant beast smashing into his body. Little brat, everyone knows how to brag. Let me go. Common People's Emperor Ancestor said. You can't kill me at all. Stop dreaming. After I die, the entire Common People's God race will be wiped out. You will be the executioner that will kill billions of lives. There were also many words of despair. Some were begging Long Chen while others were in despair towards Long Chen. They were cursing and scolding him. The Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others laughed out loud. They had found Long Chen's weakness, so they weren't worried at all. They knew that no matter how angry Long Chen was now, he would have to return the common people's emperor ancestor to them in the future. Slaughter. What was slaughter? To Long Chen, it was to protect and to take revenge. As an expert, to help the weak and to take revenge. Everything was up to his heart. Today, his heart wanted to kill. Dang. Billions of lives in the myriad worlds were trying to stop him. When this sword slashed down, he followed his heart. But from now on, he would be the sinner of countless worlds and eras. Double contradiction. It was like he was facing a choice. One was to kill Lingxi or the other was to kill Li Xuanji. Of course, the difficulty was the same but the nature was different. Long Chen definitely wouldn't kill them. If that was the case, he would rather die. But this choice gave Long Chen some inspiration. Under the pressure and countless words, Long Chen understood that everything came down to how he had to kill the common people's emperor ancestor in order to be forgiven by the myriad worlds. Chapter 36-41. Ancestral Soul. Long Chen's blood-red ancient blood spirit dragon eye pierced through the sea of blood, the stars, the 10 layers of imprisonment, the mortal people's emperor's pagoda, and the origin of the world. Finally, it landed on the ancestral soul that was intertwined with the origin of the world. In the imprisonment, the mortal people's emperor ancestor had already started to grow flesh and blood in the mortal people's emperor's pagoda. However, Long Chen ignored the flesh and blood. He was unable to harm the physical body of the ancestor god at all. His blood-red eyes could clearly see the meridians of the ancestral soul. This was the result of countless thoughts, the pressure of 10,000 worlds, the intense clash of mental energy, faith, and laws. This was the result that Long Chen saw. Of course, that wasn't all. In fact, even Long Chen himself didn't know that the Dragon Jade Daoist seal in the midst of time was faintly glowing with the light of nothingness. It had transcended the essence of the world and appeared in Long Chen's slaughter. It merged into the slaughter ancestral soul. At that moment, Long Chen's eyes became even clearer. Under the endless pressure and bitterness, he seemed to see a bright path. The other party's ancestral soul appeared clearly in front of him. Billions of meridians extended out from the ancestral soul. They were like arms that pierced through the 6 origins of the world and controlled the power of the origin of the world. That was the true mortal people's emperor ancestor. He was hiding in the mortal people's emperor's pagoda. As long as the pagoda was not destroyed, he would not die. If the pagoda was destroyed, then the mortal people's emperor domain would be destroyed. The mortal people's god race would be destroyed. Long Chen, hurry up and release the mortal people's emperor ancestor. I'm begging you, give up. You can't kill the creator ancestor god. All of them begged. If you have the guts, try and touch me. The angry voice of the mortal people's emperor ancestor god rang out in his ears. Vaguely, the chaotic cave ancestor and the others could be heard laughing as if they were watching a show. They weren't afraid and weren't in a hurry to let Long Chen decide. In fact, they wanted to see Long Chen's embarrassed and angry appearance. But now, they didn't expect that Long Chen's mental world would be so calm. The only thing that was raging was the world of slaughter. The seas and rivers were flipping and the seas of blood were boiling. As he tumbled, Long Chen saw his heart of slaughter. Withered and destitute. Because he was restraining himself. Because he had restrained himself, he had allowed his own Tao to collapse and decay. Under the erosion of the blood sea, it became more and more rotten. Everyone, release the shackles. At this time, Long Chen seemed to have experienced a great change in his mind. When everyone thought he was going to give up and surrender, he ignored the wishes of the trillions of living beings in the infinite worlds. It was as if he was going against the infinite worlds. Long Chen. Even the chaos ancestral god didn't expect him to still be holding on. That was trillions of the god race. Is he crazy? It must be, my god. How did he become like this? Could it be that it's really as those ancestral gods said? He doesn't care about our lives at all, and he only takes us to be ants. How could Longchen be so cold? Disgusting. How can he be fit to rule over the myriad worlds? If the myriad worlds were to be ruled by him alone, then it would really be tragic. For a moment, the myriad worlds were in a state of panic and discussion. Longchen could clearly hear these voices. He could even see their disappointed, disgusted expressions. But none of these could stop his heart of slaughter. I said, release the shackles. Longchen said to the fourth era's ancestral gods around him. Everyone looked at him in shock. Everyone, please believe me this once. When he said this, the primal chaos ancestral gods and the others felt a huge impact in their hearts. They understood how incomprehensible the choice Longchen was making. He also knew how much pressure he had to bear by doing this. Okay. Chen. Of course, it was Lingxi who was the first to release the shackles of the ancestral gods. The primal chaos ancestral gods and the others were shocked. They couldn't look Longchen in the eye. That pair of blood-red eyes seemed to be able to see through the ancestral souls, giving off a feeling of deathly stillness. They noticed that a blood mist was rising from Longchen's blood-red slaughter. It spread and even contaminated time and space, causing it to decay. You can do it well. To be honest, even at this moment, the primal chaos ancestral god felt that what Longchen did was wrong. But the reason why he followed Lingxi and came into contact with the shackles of the ancestral gods was because he trusted Longchen more than right or wrong. So even if it was wrong, he still chose to do it. Bang, bang, bang. What made the primal chaos ancestral god and the gods and demons in the myriad worlds unable to believe was that the layers of shackles were released. Before the shackles were released, Longchen had already prepared his killing move. At this moment, Longchen was extremely terrifying. He was simply a natural-born slaughterer of the ancestral gods. You! Longchen, are you trying to scare me like this? Is there any difference between you and a kid? Is there any meaning to it? The common people emperor ancestor wasn't afraid. He was about to burst out laughing. He understood Longchen and knew what the billions of lives meant in Longchen's heart. But it was good. Since they released the shackles, he could naturally use the chance to escape. The common people emperor ancestor was already prepared. At the last moment, the final shackles touched. Goodbye. The common people emperor ancestor laughed and was about to escape. Actually, he thought that Longchen released the shackles to let him go. But what the primal chaos ancestral god and the others were waiting for didn't happen. They were waiting for Longchen to be rational. But at this moment, Longchen seemed to have lost his mind. Under the gazes of the dozens of fourth-era ancestral gods, amidst the pleading, cursing, and clamoring of the gods and demons of the 10,000 worlds, under the cold faces of the chaos ancestral god and the others, in an instant, Longchen seemed to have changed into a different person. He was right in front of the common people emperor ancestor. The moment the common people emperor ancestor appeared from the shackles, he decisively attacked. His attack this time was exceptionally different. This was because it had the meaning of transcending eras. Blood, spirit, soul devouring. It seemed simple, just one stab, but the true killing move was within the blade. Blood, spirit, soul devouring, massacring blood sword pierced through the common people emperor ancestor's body. That extremely strong power even pierced through the common people's emperor pagoda. He entered from the front of the common people's emperor pagoda. He came out from the back. Hong. The common people emperor ancestor's body exploded, leaving behind a golden pagoda that appeared in front of Longchen. His massacring blood sword pierced through the common people's emperor pagoda. There was no blood at all. There was only the scream of the common people emperor ancestor that was born from the ancestor's soul, echoing in the hearts of billions of lives. The scream of destruction, the scream of death. Blood, spirit, soul devouring. Under the huge pressure, Longchen finally comprehended the massacring supreme laws. This didn't only belong to the ancient spirit blood dragon. There was a special part within that the real ancient spirit blood dragon wouldn't have. This was a law. This was a killing law that completely belonged to Long Chen's own imagination. Blood spirit soul devouring. Massacring stabbed into the source of the world, into the origin of the world, and then into the ancestor's soul. Logically speaking, Long Chen would either use violence and many ancestor gods to destroy the common people's emperor pagoda. Then, he would destroy the common people's emperor domain and the common people's god race. Or, he would use massacring. Then, it would be the same as dealing damage to the ancestor's soul and the source of the world. Of course, it wouldn't be fatal. Even if the ancestor's soul was pierced, it wouldn't die. Unless the ancestor's soul was turned to dust. However, the ancestor's soul and the source of the world were connected by billions of layers. If the ancestor's soul was destroyed, then the source of the world would be destroyed. Once the source of the world was destroyed, then the common people's emperor pagoda would be destroyed too. Then, the common people's emperor domain and the common people's god race would be destroyed too. It was because of such restrictions that the ancestor gods couldn't be killed. This was why the common people's emperor ancestor didn't fear anything. However, the reason why he cried out was because after massacring pierced through the source of his world, it didn't just pierce through the ancestor's soul. Just like the name of the law. Blood spirit soul devouring. This law was the inspiration that the fate-changing rope brought to Long Chen. There were also many desires in his heart. Many years of hard work. Today, 10,000 worlds objected, their hearts were filled with unwillingness. In the end, it formed. At this moment, the ancestor's soul was like a flower, withering in the source of the world. It was swallowed by massacring. This was the unimaginably terrifying power of the blood spirit soul devouring. In the past, even the 10 ancestor dragons didn't have the power to destroy the ancestor gods. The ancestor soul withered, but the source of the world was unharmed. The world's origin, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. Long Chen didn't need to slowly separate the ancestral soul from the world's origin. He directly caused it to wither, be destroyed, and be swallowed. The common people's emperor ancestor didn't expect that this would be his outcome. He didn't scream for long because this time, since he made such a choice, Long Chen wouldn't give him any chance. Until the common people's emperor pagoda became the empty shell of the source of the world. Chapter 36-42. The fourth era's ancestor god, and it was the fall of the ancestor god. Such a situation was unprecedented and unheard of. Of course, the beings of the 10,000 worlds did not know. However, they could vaguely sense that Long Chen wasn't acting according to their wishes. This was why the common people's emperor ancestor cried out in pain. They could only hear the common people's emperor ancestor's voice stop, but they did not know that he was already dead. In truth, when Long Chen pulled out the massacring blood sword, the common people's emperor pagoda's world source was still complete. It was just a little dimmer, as though it had lost its life. However, 6 of the world sources were still complete. It was just that the ancestral souls that should have been here had disappeared, devoured by the massacring blood sword. At this moment, the 10,000 worlds were silent. The surrounding ancestor gods looked at Long Chen and the common people's emperor pagoda in shock. This was the first time, and there was a lot of uncertainty. Long Chen was taking a risk, so he stared at the common people's emperor pagoda nervously. Common people's emperor ancestor? Long Chen tried to call out, using his mind to attack the common people's emperor pagoda. There was no reply for a long time. The common people's emperor pagoda was deathly silent. There was no movement at all, but one thing was for sure. This thing was still there. The most obvious proof was that the common people's emperor domain had not changed because of the changes here. The trillions of common people's god race members were still alive and well. Even though they were nervous, they still existed. How can this be? The ancestor gods of the fourth era all looked at Long Chen in shock. They had supported Long Chen at the last moment, but in their hearts, they might not have believed that such a thing would happen. Common People's Emperor Ancestor is dead. But the world source is still here, the Common People's Emperor domain is still here. At this moment, Long Chen was extremely emotional. His eyes were slightly red, as though a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His heart was filled with pride as he roared towards the 10,000 worlds. Of course, he let everyone in the 10,000 worlds hear his voice in their ears and in their hearts. This was a bomb that could blow up the entire 10,000 worlds. What? It was precisely because they were the fourth era's primordial ancestral gods that they were even more shocked. He can kill the creator god, but he can't destroy the world's origin, he can't destroy the world, and he can't harm the common people. This was the result of Long Chen's actions today. From now on, I'm afraid he'll be able to kill to his heart's content. I'm afraid the restrictions set by the creator god are no longer true restrictions. For a time, looks of shock and delight were written all over the faces of the surrounding elder gods. They deeply understood how difficult it was for Long Chen to achieve this. He was fighting against all living beings in the myriad worlds to finally take this step. This was why it wasn't easy for Common People's Emperor Ancestor to die. The ones who dare not imagine this matter the most are them. The primal chaos ancestral god laughed coldly in his heart. Long Chen persevered and killed Common People Emperor Ancestor. This caused the meaning of the battle between the two of them to change. Although it wasn't necessarily a good thing for the future situation, at the very least, they would definitely feel the fear of death in their hearts. In the past, their greatest reliance was that Long Chen did not dare to kill them. Today, it was totally different. This was the time that belonged to Long Chen. Before this, he had been suppressing a lot of things in his heart. Now that he had killed Common People Emperor Ancestor, Long Chen finally stood up and faced the gods and demons of the myriad worlds. Facing the remaining 5 enemies, he said, "Firstly, let me say something to the myriad worlds. The battle isn't over yet, so please don't give up. There is cause and effect in the heavens. Those who do evil will receive their retribution. Today is just the beginning. Of course, I know that they will still destroy the world and there will still be many lives lost. However, this isn't an excuse for us to be weak. The more we worry about evil, the worse the outcome will be. They will torture us for eternity. The only way is to kill them all and wipe them out. Today, I killed Common People Emperor Ancestor, but the Common People's Emperor region still exists. I already have the ability to kill the Creator God. Next, no matter what they create, I will be a problem. I, Long Chen, will slay them one by one under my sword. I will destroy their souls and bodies and they will never be able to reincarnate. As for how cruel and heartless they are, how many people died because of the war, Long Chen will save them all. How can we lower our heads to the demons in this vast world and billions of lives? Even if a lot of people died, it would be their fault, not ours. No matter what everyone decides, do you want to be a coward and live without purpose? Or do you want to be hot-blooded and kill the demons and demons? I, Long Chen, will not change. Today, I will show my attitude once more. No matter how evil they are, I will not rest until all of you are dead. Every life of the common people is a sin on your body. One day, all of you will die. Such a passionate and impassioned voice was like a storm that swept through the myriad worlds like the edge of a blade. Hot blood, lofty aspirations, and icy cold killing intent simply blew onto every single living being, allowing them to truly experience Long Chen's current thoughts. Before, it was fear and sadness. Now that the common people's emperor ancestor was killed, the myriad worlds didn't suffer much damage. Long Chen was the protector, so how could they blame all these deaths on him? Anyone with a conscience would know that the Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others were the tumors of the myriad worlds, evil demons. They used the lives of all living beings to threaten Long Chen and the others. This was what they deserved. What was more precious was that the myriad worlds were suppressing Long Chen, but he was able to go against the pressure and kill the common people's emperor ancestor. Long Chen was still Long Chen. The demons and gods of the myriad worlds couldn't help but feel guilty. They were really frightened by him. Now that their hearts were clear, they couldn't help but tear up. I, the Chaos Ancestral God, am willing to follow Long Chen and hunt down the remaining 5 ruthless and shameless fellows who have destroyed the peace of the myriad worlds. I will uphold justice and restore peace to the myriad worlds. I, the primordial Chaos Ancestor God, the 11 ancestor gods all used this chance to boost morale for Long Chen. Today, he killed the common people's emperor ancestor and said such words. This changed the fighting spirit of the myriad worlds. In the hearts of everyone, the remaining 5 origin ancestral gods of the 4th era had simply transformed from overbearing and terrifying devils into rats that everyone cursed at the mention of. The fighting spirit of the myriad worlds wasn't something useless. However, the hot-bloodedness, fighting spirit, and passion of trillions of living beings were all concentrated under a single thought. One could well imagine how intense it was. The entire 10,000 worlds were a single entity, their wills were unified and concentrated on the core of Long Chen. Even Long Chen himself had an unbelievable mental strength. Long Chen took the risk out of desperation, which was why he had such an outcome. However, up until now, the common people's emperor ancestor had died and the other party still hadn't responded. Long Chen first sealed the common people's emperor pagoda and threw it into the ruins of time. When we return to the death rain, they will probably fly into a rage and attack us directly to show us who we are. Long Chen opened the death rain dragon gate and entered. All the death rain dragon gate opened up before his eyes. Panga continent. Long Chen's prediction was right. At this moment, the 5 ancestor gods were going to attack Long Chen's newly established prestige. After all, Long Chen didn't do as they said. Under such circumstances, they could only destroy the world. And that world was Panga continent. To be honest, Long Chen had focused on the more important and populous worlds, including the Death Rain Dragon Gate. Among them, the 4th era was not so easy to break, so their biggest target was the 5th era. Pangu and Long Chen had a good relationship, so the Panga continent they chose was basically Long Chen's priority. When he heard that they had appeared on Panga continent, Long Chen rushed out without a word. The group of ancestor gods was mighty and murderous. Chapter 36-43. Panga continent. Perhaps he had expected it, or perhaps it was the laws of time and fate. Long Chen had locked onto this place he was very familiar with in advance. After all, this was a place chosen by the other party in a fit of rage, so there would be 2 subconscious choices. The first was that it should be a world of roughly the same level as the ancestral Kuan realm they attacked before, or else it wouldn't be enough to vent their hatred. Second, they would choose a world that Long Chen was close to. That way, they would bring pain and retaliation to Long Chen. Panga continent was the most likely place to match these 2 subconscious thoughts. It just so happened that the other party had chosen this place. So this time, Long Chen and the others appeared on Panga continent in the shortest time possible. It was so fast that when they arrived, Panga continent had not been destroyed. This time, it was Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha. Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha stood at the forefront of the team of 5. He would destroy Panga continent. As for the ancestors of past and future, they had already prepared a way to escape. Basically, as soon as Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha made his move, they would leave immediately. Normally speaking, when Long Chen and the others arrived, they would have already disappeared. But this time, they didn't expect that Long Chen and the others would come so quickly, as if they had predicted that they would appear in this world. Great timing. When they came out of the Death Realm Dragon Gate, the 13 of them were ready to strike. As soon as they came out, they were faced with the swords of living swords conjured by Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha's Wheel of Living, which was attacking the 8 locations of Panga continent. In this situation, the only thing they could do was use their world source energy to block the life roulette. This was the fastest way. Among them, Long Chen was in the center. World Motionless Curse. He and Lingxi worked together to lock onto the 2 swords in the middle. Originally, Long Chen was prepared to lock down all the world essence. However, in such a hurry, he was unable to intercept so many. As for the others, they would be intercepted by the other ancestral gods. Under such circumstances, it would be fine as long as they did not damage Panga continent. Although Long Chen could bring the barbarians back to life, it would be a great loss if he could not rebuild Panga continent in a short period of time. At the critical moment, Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he locked onto the two swords. Lingxi's world's immovable spell was very fast. When Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha discovered them and hurriedly withdrew the origin of the world, Lingxi had frozen them in a short time. All it took was an instant. At this moment, Sacred Ancestor Pudu had withdrawn the rest of the world's essence, which did not hurt Panga continent. However, two divine swords were hovering in midair. The power of the past and future ancestor instantly latched onto these two swords, wanting to pull them away at the same time. At this moment, Long Chen's slaughter pierce made a clean cut. Kacha. Soul-devouring blood spirit. This was the second time. The blood spirit devourer was swift and violent. In that instant, the blood-red longsword that was burning with blood fog was like a ferocious beast biting open the two sattva swords, piercing in and causing the two swords to collide. Die. Of course, Long Chen knew that Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha's essence of hunger had 8 parts, so he would not really die. But even so, it would still cause a great shock to the other side. What he needed to do now was to scare them. With Lingxi's help, it was not difficult to deal with the two swords. The devouring of the ancestral souls this time was even easier than the last time. A quarter of the ancestral souls withered rapidly under Long Chen's blood swords. Because they had lost the ancestral souls and control, the past and future ancestors could not take them away. Long Chen's trick was simply turning ownerless things into ownerless things. Since they were ownerless things, it was very easy for him to throw them into the ruin of time. Ah! The miserable screams of the mortal ancestor echoed in the starry sky. At the same time, the 5 ancestor gods disappeared in front of Long Chen and the others. They moved too fast and fled in an instant. Fortunately, Long Chen acted quickly and cooperated with Lingxi. Otherwise, they would have escaped safely again. Given the extent of their entanglement, they would definitely go and destroy other worlds again until Long Chen was subdued and shocked all the worlds. But this time, Long Chen was sure that he had taught Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha a lifelong lesson. Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha was definitely not as capable as the ancestral god of the 4th era. His tragedy would definitely shock them even more. To put it bluntly, Long Chen had gotten rid of one of his opponents once again. Only the great wizard ancestor of the chaotic cave and the other 3 great wizard ancestors still had some strength left. Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha, you've already lost half of your life. Let's see if you still have the courage and strength to help the evildoer again. Long Chen's laughter once again spread throughout all the worlds. Let me tell you, we're not afraid of which world you destroy. We'll fight you to the end. I'd like to see if you can destroy more worlds in the end, or if I can kill more ancestor gods of the 4th era. Remember, now that Ancestor Mortal People Emperor and Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha can't hold on any longer, who will be next? Will it be you? Black Hole Ancestral Wizard. Long Chen's arrogant and domineering voice swept across all the worlds like a volcanic torrent. When Ancestor Mortal People Emperor died, all living beings were naturally worried about the revenge of these 5. Sure enough, they took action. But soon, the result was out. But to their surprise, it was not that they had destroyed Panga continent. Panga continent was safe and sound, but Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha seemed to have suffered a great loss. According to Long Chen's words, he might not even be qualified to fight in the future. Excitement. This was a great victory. He had won a series of victories and shocked his opponents. When they learned of this news, cheers and howls rang out in all the worlds. Long Chen had made them even more fanatical. Thanks to so many living beings, Long Chen's strength had increased and his recovery was faster. It seemed that if he wanted to form the fifth world essence in the other three aspects, it would also be extremely fast. This was something that Black Hole, Ancestral Wizard and the others could not imagine. The power of all living beings in all the worlds was extremely terrifying. After today's battle, Long Chen had gained unprecedented support from all the worlds. And after this setback, his opponents no longer made a sound, and it was impossible for them to be as arrogant and domineering as before. After Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha was injured, they must have suffered a great blow and disappeared. Obviously, only 4 of them could participate in the battle. Especially this time, it was supposed to be a sneak attack, but it was still discovered by Long Chen and the others. This made them understand that it seemed that the previous method of sneak attacks to destroy the world was no longer feasible. This made them calm down. Sure enough, it was just as Long Chen expected. This time, they did not make any movements and went into hiding. Of course, they had to be careful at all times. This did not rule out the possibility of another sneak attack. After all, they had done a lot of shameless things. Now, all the worlds were boiling, as if divine light was shining across them. Long Chen waited for a while, but there was no response from the other side. Obviously, they wouldn't be carrying out such activities in the near future. Time was pressing. Now that he had the support of all living beings in all the worlds, it was a good fortune for Long Chen. The power of faith had caused the origin power of his world to surge. This was a great opportunity. An opportunity for him to climb a higher mountain. Everyone, I'll leave all the worlds to you now. I'm going back to the Tower of Time. Long Chen's intuition told him that if he wanted to truly win this battle, the most important thing was still himself, just like today. Just like today, he felt that the blood spirit soul devourer was not enough, especially the Black Hole Ancestral Wizard, who seemed to have become a different person with too many secrets. Only when he was infinitely strong would he feel safe. Therefore, he decided to return. When he returned to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, he became quiet and entered a calm state. The future was promising. In the depths of the endless universe. Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha's face was pale, and his body was twitching as he lay in the void. His eyes were wide open, and he looked at the crowd with difficulty. His voice was hoarse. He wanted to speak, but it was difficult. 1/4 of his ancestral soul has been destroyed, and so has the origin of the world. Therefore, his strength is not as good as before, and his incomplete ancestral soul will greatly affect his state. Now, he can't even defeat the ancestral god of the 5th era, Dao Ancestor Ji Yuan said. He's already a burden. He might as well be destroyed. At the same time, he can destroy the all-living beings' immortal realm as a counterattack for Long Chen. Blood Demon Ancestor said. Lunatic received a task at the last minute. In fact, the new book had not been released yet, and the game was going to be developed at the same time. Therefore, Lunatic had a task to sort out the outline, characters, and other details of the new book and submit them to the game company. Therefore, since he could not finish the 2 chapters he owed yesterday, he would put them off until the day after tomorrow. It would be best if he could finish the task the day after tomorrow. I've never had a problem with updating. Brothers, don't worry. As an author, it was always the most difficult time for him to replace the old with the new. He needed a large number of manuscripts to promote his new book. I hope you can understand. Recently, Lunatic has been working very hard, but for the sake of his big dream and for the sake of everyone's enjoyment, there's still room for improvement. Chapter 3644. You can't kill me. Sacred Ancestor Karma immediately panicked when he heard this. No matter how muddle-headed he was, he had to wake up. He hadn't expected to fall to such a state. Of course, compared to the common people ancestor, his current situation was still considered good. The common people ancestor had lost his life. Long Chen's soul-devouring blood spirit terrified Sacred Ancestor Karma. Don't worry. The Chaos Cave ancestor glanced at him indifferently, causing Sacred Ancestor Karma to relax slightly. Although his condition wasn't as good as before, at least he was still alive. I will definitely take back my world origin from Long Chen. Sacred Ancestor Karma said. What's the use of taking it back? Your ancestral soul is already gone, Epoch Origin Tao Ancestor said. This caused Sacred Ancestor Karma to shut his mouth. No matter how unwilling he was to believe it, it was clear that from today onward, he would be a cripple of this team. Come into my divine kingdom, said the Chaos Cave Ancestor. If we want to move, you won't be able to keep up. Okay. Sacred Ancestor Karma hesitated for a moment, but he still entered the dark and terrifying world of the Chaos Cave Ancestors' divine nation. It was dark and full of the fear of the unknown. After Divine Ancestor Karma disappeared, the remaining three surrounded Chaos Whole Shaman Progenitor. Epoch Origin Tao Ancestor asked, now that something like this has happened, our plan has been greatly ruined. They're watching us so closely. It seems like they have a way to know our target in advance. Long Chen also has a law that allows him to kill creator ancestral gods. If we continue with our previous plan, it won't be effective. The Chaos Cave Ancestor frowned but didn't say anything. The Blood Fiend Ancestor said, if we don't show our trump cards, then some of us will follow in the footsteps of karma. I think that forcing Long Chen to commit suicide is the same as Sacred Ancestor Karma's. The plan to devour the souls of all living beings is no longer effective. Now that we're not necessarily weaker than them, why don't we just have an ultimate battle? We can fight while strengthening the soul-devouring beast. Epoch Origin Tao Ancestor basically thought the same. Finally, the Chaos Whole Magus Ancestor said, now is not the time to carry out this final plan. Right now, our strength is on the same level as theirs. We don't have absolute confidence in winning. We only have one chance, so let's wait until we have the most confidence before making our move. Now, I need to recover my strength. Even without the souls of all living beings, the soul-devouring beast can still grow. Epoch Time Tao Ancestor asked respectfully, how long will it take for you to recover to the point where you can crush them? One had to know that Long Chen was also recovering and strengthening. I'm just afraid that the longer we delay, the faster and stronger he will be than us. The Chaos Cave Shaman Ancestor sneered and said, I'm different from him. My clan will recover much faster than them. In another 2 months, I am confident that I can lead you to a full-scale war with them and annihilate them. The key to unlocking the seal lies in Long Chen. 2 months. The three of them thought about it carefully. Although Long Chen had the Tower of Time, it was impossible for him to reach the height that the Chaos Cave Shaman Ancestor could reach in 2 months. Moreover, they did not know about the soul-devouring beast at all. Moreover, the soul-devouring beast would restrict them. When the time came, if they chose to fight a full-scale war, they would have to worry about the lives of all living beings. Then they would have a great chance of winning. Then, we'll wait for another 2 months. At that time, we'll make sure none of them are left. As long as we get the key and let them appear, the myriad worlds will really disappear completely. Now, it can be considered the true end of the battle before the epoch. It's time to decide the victor. In the myriad of worlds, it seemed that his opponents had disappeared without a trace, and he could no longer find them. The good thing was that no world would suffer anymore. If Long Chen had not ignored the depression of all living beings and killed the Emperor Ancestor, the myriad worlds would definitely not have such peace now. It was also because of this that all living beings in the myriad worlds believed in Long Chen so much. To Long Chen, all living beings wanted him to be strong. That feeling was something that no one other than him could understand. Naturally, he understood that the other party did not appear from now on because they were preparing for an even greater disaster. That might be the time for the ultimate battle. Long Chen deeply understood that he still needed to be stronger to truly save the myriad worlds. Currently, the myriad realms had reached the most dangerous period of time in an era. There were 11 fourth-era ancestor gods in the myriad worlds, and Lingxi and the others were helping. Searching and guarding. Long Chen focused on cultivating his world origin power, even in the 4th level of the Tower of Time, was still expanding at a terrifying speed. Although it had reached its current level, the growth rate of the world origin had completely surpassed the past. That was the willpower of all living beings. Not only the living beings of the dragon sacrifice continent, but all the living beings of the myriad worlds. Moreover, it was unprecedented cohesion. Even the living beings of the past, future, epic Tao domain, and other worlds were believing in Long Chen. It was also because of this that unexpectedly, Long Chen's speed of condensing the fifth world origin of life, the fifth world origin of karma, and the fifth world origin of destiny far exceeded the speed of condensing the time origin of the world origin of time, and also the speed of condensing the fifth world origin of massacre origin. And the origin of the world origin of massacre only took 200 years, which was only 10 days of the myriad worlds. The time for the fifth world origin of life was 8 days. Without the pressure of the myriad worlds and the suppression of the common people emperor ancestor, it was still completed in 8 days. In the Tower of Time, it was only 200 years. The fifth world origin of karma was completed in 6 days. The fifth world origin of destiny was even faster, completed in 4 days. The fourth level of the Tower of Time took about 100 years. A total of 18 days, less than a month. At this point, Long Chen could be considered to have fully reached the fifth era's ancestral god realm. There were a total of 25 world origins. In terms of numbers, there was no one who had ever done it before, and no one would ever be able to do it again. In terms of rules and combat strength, he had basically reached a whole new world. Now, facing the fourth era ancestor god, he estimated that he should be able to reach the level of crushing the other party. Maybe, my current strength is almost equivalent to the number 1 in the myriad worlds? Of course, it was just a guess. But at the very least, defeating Ling Shi should not be a problem. At the very least, he could be considered one of the strongest fourth era ancestral gods. He was on par with the Chaos ancestral god, Destiny ancestral star, and past and future ancestral gods. Of course, this was all his own estimation, and there was no actual verification. Then let's verify it. In the vast fourth level of the Tower of Time, Long Chen revealed a smile. His mood was a little relaxed, but also a little expectant. He believed that his enemies would not believe that he could make such progress in a short 18 days. All of this was mostly due to the support of the living beings of the myriad worlds. They were the ones who allowed Long Chen to have such combat strength. Everyone, come to the death realm first. Long Chen summoned the fourth era ancestor gods to the death realm. In fact, more than 10,000 ancestor gods of the myriad worlds were here. They were on tenterhooks all day long, worried that their world would be destroyed by the Chaos Cave Ancestor and the others. When the primal Chaos Ancestor God and the others arrived, Long Chen suddenly appeared in front of them. Before this, they were still guessing what had happened when Long Chen looked for them in just over 10 days. In these 10 days, they kept a close watch on the myriad worlds, but the other party did not appear again. Chen, Lingxi saw the changes in him. Xiaoxi. These days, she was too tense and tired. Long Chen, have you reached the fifth era ancestor god realm? Primordial War Ancestor asked in surprise. In fact, they could clearly feel the changes in Long Chen. Obviously, he had reached a whole new realm. However, wasn't this too fast? According to the normal speed, it would take at least half a year, which was equivalent to 5,000 years on the fourth level of the Tower of Time. After all, the previous breakthrough in slaughter was because of the huge pressure, and that depended on the timing. That's right. Apart from reaching the fifth era ancestor god realm, I have other good news to tell everyone. Chapter 3645. This good news was also the result of Long Chen's persistence during this period of time. The hatred of the dragon servants, the crisis of the myriad world's destruction, all these factors weighed heavily on Long Chen's heart. He was like a beast hibernating in the depths of the darkness, never forgetting about it. Therefore, he was desperately trying to become stronger. First, the first piece of good news is, at this point, the ancestor gods were even more expectant. From Long Chen's words, there was more than one piece of good news. Now, killing intent surfaced on Long Chen's face. Everyone, I can find where they are hiding. As long as they are still in the myriad worlds, they won't be able to escape my eyes. In fact, this came from the transformation of the life law. Long Chen had comprehended a new life law. It was because of this need that he pondered in this aspect. Finally, with the success of the origin of the fifth world, he also succeeded in this aspect of the life law. This meant that they were no longer passive. From today onwards, the chaotic whole ancestor and the others were forced to come out from the shadows. Long Chen could constantly track their whereabouts, which meant that he could hunt them down. This is indeed great news. The ancestor god couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, they had been led by the nose by the other party. It was too frustrating. They were much stronger than the chaotic whole ancestor and the others. In fact, they just lacked the ability to find them. With this ability, I don't think they can escape. Even the past and future ancestors can't save them too many times. The ancestor god of six paths' eyes were full of killing intent. Long Chen, now that you've reached this realm and are so capable, it's time for us to ambush and kill them. You can decide when you want to do it, and we'll keep you company. Chaos Ancestral God made a prompt decision. He knew that this was a great opportunity. At this time, the other party is still in hiding. They are obviously preparing a new attack and plan. If we find them now and kill them, we can disturb them and even finish them off in one go. The primordial chaos ancestor god said so. Kill them. The ancestor gods were extremely fanatical. Their eyes flickered with anticipation and respect for Long Chen. To them, no matter what kind of danger they encountered, Long Chen could find a way to solve it. Especially when he killed vast people's emperor ancestor, it was just too shocking. There's no hurry. I'm just telling you one of the good news. Long Chen smiled faintly. He didn't keep everyone in suspense. Under everyone's expectant gaze, he said, the second good news is that I have a way to break through the escape of the past and future ancestors. In other words, we can easily find them this time and then restrict them to an area for us to kill. In other words, we've solved the two biggest problems we faced in killing them? Chaos Ancestral God asked in disbelief. That's right, Long Chen said straightforwardly. During this cultivation, he had been thinking about how to solve these two problems. Now, he had finally found the answer in the laws of life and karma. Amazing. This news naturally caused all of the elder gods to cheer uncontrollably. In other words, right now, we already have the conditions to fight to the death with them. Long Chen declared passionately. To be honest, he had found it hard to control himself when he saw the black hole wizard ancestor slip away in front of his eyes several times. Now, the opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. It wasn't just to protect the infinite worlds, but also to answer to the dragon attendants. Chaos Ancestral God said, I agree. Only 18 days have passed. They are clearly preparing a new plot. If we suddenly find them at this time, imprison them, and surround them, we can definitely disrupt their plan. They only have 4 combat power left. Although 3 of them are in the middle of the 4th era, the 12 of us, together with Long Chen, who can kill an ancestor god, will definitely be able to take them down. Chaos Ancestral God was almost done with his analysis. In fact, in Long Chen's eyes, the other party had never been strong. They were only good at escaping. Now, these 2 problems were solved. The other party could not even withstand a single blow. As long as they were taken care of, at least the infinite worlds would be at peace. Long Chen would also have the opportunity and time to take care of the sky-swallowing clan. It would be best if he could find a way to completely eradicate them. Kill them. They are the cancer of the infinite worlds. The elder gods were excited and cheered. They could only hide in the death world and the dragon sacrificial continent. To them, this was too depressing. Now, everyone was united and wanted the fourth era ancestor gods to die. It's time. The 13 strongest experts gathered together. They looked at each other. Think of a way to imprison them, and leave the black hole witch ancestor to me, said Long Chen. Okay. What are you going to do with him? Kill him, of course. As for the other 3 elder gods, Long Chen did not necessarily want their lives. It would depend on their performance when the time came. As for divine ancestor Kitagarbha, he had also paid a high price. They were ready to set off for the ultimate battle. Chen, I still feel that the black hole witch ancestor is very strange. Did we underestimate our opponent this time? Lingxi reminded him in a low voice. Thinking of the strange behavior of the black hole witch ancestor recently, Long Chen reminded everyone, it's possible. This is a big matter. Everyone, be very careful, especially the black hole witch ancestor. We can't be careless. We must think of a way to imprison them. Understood. They would not make a mistake because of carelessness in such a critical matter. After coming out of the world of death, they came to the dragon sacrificial continent. Here, Long Chen had to find the location of his opponent. The 13 of them, led by Long Chen, were ready for a mid-level fight. At this time, they definitely won't expect it. Long Chen was confident. Now was the best time to make a move. The dragon-headed ring on his finger had already contained the origin of 5 worlds. The origin of life force of 15 different colors was swimming around his body. Endless power finally gathered in Long Chen's eyes. Instantly, the center of his eyes turned turquoise, like an emerald green planet, releasing a magnificent power of life. The whites of his eyes were filled with 14 other colors, as if they were satellites around a green star. They emitted strange and dazzling lights, which decorated his eyes beautifully and majestically. His eyes were like a world full of vitality. Wherever his eyes looked, it could simply bring the dead back to life and revive all living things. The origin of life eye. His gaze turned to the myriad worlds. At this moment, all life in the myriad worlds couldn't escape from Long Chen's eyes. This pair of eyes completely transcended distance and the elements of reality. He could simply see all life in the myriad worlds. First, on the dragon sacrificial continent, he could clearly see every person, even the tiny mosquitoes and plankton in the water. Billions of living things clearly existed in his eyes. No matter where they were, as long as Long Chen wanted to, he could see the uneven folds on the legs of mosquitoes. Then, he could see the spirit essence star ocean, the endless cosmos mountain, the chaos divine world, the primordial divine world, and so on. All life in the myriad worlds couldn't escape his origin of life eye. Where are you? The myriad worlds were so huge. Long Chen ignored the parts of the myriad worlds, only focusing on life. In this way, the myriad worlds weren't that huge in his eyes. They are all 4th era ancestral gods. The life force of the 4th era ancestral gods is the most majestic in the entire myriad worlds. That's why, to me, they are the most conspicuous existences in the myriad worlds. Long Chen had absolute confidence that he could find them. He had seen the entire eastern star region, not even the smallest part of it. Then, all life in the northern star region flitted past his eyes. Finally, there was still nothing in the western starfield. In other words, they are in the southern starfield. Long Chen's eyes looked to the distant south. Chapter 3646. That's right, it was in the southern star region. Long Chen has his own rules. He had absolute confidence. The eye of origin of life could allow him to see all life in the myriad worlds. His gaze swept across the southern star field. He scanned through all the areas: Hongjun Starry Sea, Heaven's Sword Divine Territory, Taihao Domain, etc. Everyone looked at him nervously. After all talk was talk. Only when there were real effects would they be able to rest assured. Found it. Soon, the corners of Long Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He was very satisfied with the life rule. "Where is it?" asked the fourth era's primordial ancestor gods. "A small corner of the border. They are really well hidden. However, from today onwards, no matter where they are, they won't be able to escape my eyes." Long Chen counted carefully. The four of them were all there except for sacred ancestor Kitagarbha. But all living beings knew that the divine realm still existed. Perhaps he was hiding in the divine kingdom of one of the ancestral gods. If this was an ordinary elder god, Long Chen would be able to use his eye of life source to pierce through their divine kingdoms. But the likes of the Chaos Hole Shaman ancestor were still a bit lacking. After finding their positions, everyone present naturally entered a state of battle. Everyone, remember not to underestimate your opponents. Suppress them as quickly as possible. Long Chen urged again. All right. From the determination in everyone's eyes, one could see their determination for this battle. Especially Lingxi. Although she had just recovered to the fourth era's origin ancestor god realm, she had also entered this state following Long Chen's expedition. Go. They returned to the Death Realm and went to the Death Realm Dragon Gate that was closest to the location. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The fact that Long Chen had come out to battle this time meant that his strength had already reached his previous goal. Now, the fourth epoch's primordial ancestor god could no longer do anything to him. After coming out of the Death Realm Dragon Gate, they pounced on their prey at their fastest speed. They are so quiet. What are they doing? In Long Chen's eye of life. Those fellows seemed to have frozen in place, not moving at all. Of course, Long Chen couldn't care less. With their speed, they naturally arrived in the blink of an eye. They surrounded the four opponents and closed in on them. Long Chen was right in front of him, rapidly approaching the other party. In fact, he was already preparing the new rules. That was the law that broke the escape method of the past and future ancestors. With this method, he wouldn't have to worry about the other party escaping without a fight. At this time, the chaotic cave ancestor and the others were resting with their eyes closed. They had agreed on 2 months, but not even half of it had passed yet. When they sensed the approaching experts, the first thing they felt was shock. Obviously, Long Chen and the others had found them. But the problem was, the infinite worlds were so vast, how could they find their location under such circumstances? Let's fight when the time is right. Let's go. The Great Hole Sorcerer ancestor said to the past and future ancestors with an indifferent expression. Yes. The ancestors of the past and future were about to unleash their laws. At this time, Long Chen and the others had already arrived in front of them. In the past, even if they knew the other party's location, it would be difficult to intercept them. They had already escaped under Long Chen's nose many times. However, before the past and future ancestors' laws swept over, Long Chen was already prepared. In his hand was the black and gold karma halberd. This was the good fortune brought about by karma. Long Chen held the karma halberd and slashed at the void. In an instant, with the karma halberd as the center, the endless world around it changed. At least 1/10 of the infinite worlds entered a unique state, as if it was another world. There were only 2 colors in this world. Above was an endless golden fog that covered the sky, while below was a black, dry land that was as hard as steel. The golden fog swept over hundreds of millions of miles. The steel and black soil were like a cage that imprisoned the world. Karma world. This was a world created by Long Chen using the karma laws. There was only karma, nothing else. This was a world that he controlled, and his laws came from the ancestral dragon's laws. No matter how high the past and future ancestors' laws were, they could not compete with laws at the same level as the ancestral dragon. Unless they defeated Long Chen, there was no way to break out of the karma world. Or they could wait until the origin power of Long Chen's world was exhausted. The Eye of World Origins and the Karma Great World were laws that Long Chen had comprehended after much thought in order to capture them. He had long been prepared for this. Now that the Karma world had subverted the infinite worlds and locked the surrounding infinite star regions into its own world, how could it let them escape? Wheel of the Past. The huge Wheel of the Past and future ancestors appeared once again, pulling the Chaos Whole ancestor and the others away. Long Chen and the others did not intercept them. Instead, they watched. At this time, the other party's divine body began to flicker, and the Chaos Whole ancestor and the others laughed proudly. I didn't expect you to find this place. What a pity, but what can you do? The blood demon ancestor laughed. The Wheel of the Past flickered continuously, and just as it was about to leave, the entire karma world trembled. The four Fourth Era's origin ancestor gods suddenly stopped flickering. The Wheel of the Past had shattered in the karma world. The past and future ancestor frowned deeply and softly exclaimed, "How is this possible?" She was about to try again, but this time, Long Chen and the others would not give her another chance. After successfully stopping the other party from leaving, Long Chen only said one word, "Kill." The target of his blood-colored eyes was the Chaos Whole ancestor. Now, the Chaos Whole ancestor stood behind the three ancestor gods. His expression could not be seen, but it was definitely cold. The current situation was definitely beyond his expectations. Attack, kill. 13 against 4. Basically, there were 3 of them against 1. The Tao ancestor of the era, the past and future ancestors, and the blood demon ancestor would be left to them. Long Chen only believed in the Chaos Whole ancestor. At the same time, Lingxi was also helping him, and that was enough. In terms of strength, the Chaos Whole ancestor was indeed the weakest. However, he was mysterious and full of tricks. Therefore, although the 11 ancestor gods were dealing with him, they were actually fully focused on the situation on Long Chen's side. They knew in their hearts that it was precisely because of the deep hatred between the Chaos Whole ancestor and Long Chen that they gave up the space to fight the other 3 ancestor gods and deliberately left the Chaos Whole ancestor to Long Chen. Among all of them, only Long Chen could slay a creation ancestor god. Boom! In the karma world, the commotion and impact of the battle were limited to a minimum. However, the commotion was still huge. In an instant, countless top-notch laws were released. There were mainly 4 huge battle circles. The Tao ancestor of the era, the blood fiend ancestor, and the past and future ancestors were sent flying from the very beginning, far away from the Chaos Whole shaman ancestor. Although the Great Whole wizard ancestor was still in the center, he was already surrounded by Long Chen and Lingxi. The other ancestral gods were vaguely preparing to attack the Great Whole wizard ancestor at any time. Hee, this is the first time you've surprised me so much. Zhang Xian didn't think that the chaotic whole shaman ancestor would still be so calm and fearless. He has someone to rely on. After enduring for so many times, he finally had the chance to take revenge. Dragon attendants, uncles, Long Chen will avenge you today. In that instant, Long Chen's eyes turned blood red. 5 types of world essence were born within his body. With the Great Whole wizard ancestor's original strength, Long Chen had countless ways to crush him. Mixed Yuan Palm. From the depths of the primordious cave that the Chaos Whole sorcerer ancestor created, a giant hand came crashing down towards Long Chen. The mixed Yuan Palm was not strange. A long time ago, it couldn't do anything to Long Chen. The problem was that there seemed to be something moving in the cave behind the mixed Yuan Palm. There seemed to be a giant beast inside, but it was unknown where it came from. Primordial Misfortune Curse. At this moment, Lingxi attacked from behind Long Chen. The primordial misfortune curse had already descended on the Great Whole wizard ancestor and seeped into his body. From the Great Whole wizard ancestor's painful expression, he was not much stronger than the mortal people emperor ancestor. World Immobility Curse. Lingxi's curse could freeze the Chaos Whole wizard ancestor's mixed Yuan Palm. Chapter 3647. Wishing Tree. This was Long Chen's law of fate. The necklace of fate turned into a huge white tree in the endless void. The chaotic whole wizard ancestor was surrounded by layers of trees, and the fluorescent branches shrouded him, creating a world of fate. In this world, the chaotic whole wizard ancestor's power disappeared. He was like a mortal who had lost all his strength and could only walk on foot in this white world. At the same time, Lingxi's curse was constantly stacking on his body. Under the coordinated attack of Long Chen and Lingxi, the chaotic whole wizard ancestor was completely suppressed without the slightest strength to fight back. Of course, the same was true for the other 3 battles. Normally speaking, Long Chen had the strength to crush them. Now, in Long Chen's eyes, the chaotic whole wizard ancestor was simply a small bug on the wishing tree. Under the law of wishes, Long Chen temporarily deprived him of his power and part of his memory. Of course, as long as the chaotic whole wizard ancestor left the wishing tree, he could quickly recover to his full state. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for too long. Up until now, the chaotic whole wizard ancestor had almost no ability to resist and was imprisoned by Long Chen and Lingxi. Among the 5 world origins, the only one that could kill an ancestor god was Slaughter. Revenge. Blood Spirit Soul Devourer. After passing through the wishing tree, a blood-colored starlight flew over the sea of white trees and flashed, approaching the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. Its target was naturally the world origin. Chaotic whole wizard ancestor, this is the moment you die. As for the other 3 fourth-era ancestor gods, Long Chen could just imprison them, but he had to kill the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. Whoosh! The chaotic whole wizard ancestor walked in the white forest in a daze, surrounded by pure white fog. At this moment, a blood-colored sword light flashed in the distance and appeared in front of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor in the blink of an eye. The slaughter was going to happen at this moment. Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was extremely focused. It could be said that the next moment would determine the life and death of the black hole witch ancestor. However, his intuition told him that it wouldn't be easy for the black hole witch ancestor to die. As expected. At this moment, a black fog appeared in the eyes of the black hole wizard ancestor, who was still in a daze, and a total of 8 fog-like giant beasts rushed out of his eyes. Roar. The continuous roars made one's hair stand on end. This was a sound that the ears couldn't hear, a sound that directly intimidated the divine soul. Just the sound alone made Long Chen's ancestor soul in the world origin feel like it was exposed to countless blades. Chen, stop. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Ugh. Right in front of Long Chen, he sensed a familiar aura. This was not an illusion. At least in terms of the soul, it was real. There was absolutely no mistake. Their souls were right in front of them. Similar to the soul race, his soul condensed into a physical body. Their corpses were still intact in the ruins of time by Long Chen. The one standing in front and calling out to Long Chen was the Origin Dragon Attendant. Next to him were the Primordial Dragon Attendants, the Fate Dragon Attendants, the Karma Dragon Attendants, and the others. A total of 8 people surrounded Long Chen and stood in front of the black hole witch ancestor. It was the divine soul that the black hole witch ancestor had taken away and was said to have been destroyed. They weren't dead yet. As long as their souls existed, there was hope for Long Chen to be reborn. He didn't even need to wait until he inherited the first ancestral dragon's blood essence and origin dragon soul. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Long Chen to stab out with the blood spirit devourer in his hand. The wishing tree and blood spirit devourer were not connected. Long Chen still had to maintain the rules of the karma world. When the blood spirit devourer was restrained, the wishing tree was also collapsing. Only the karma world was still stable, and Lingxi's curse was still restricting the black hole witch ancestor, preventing him from moving. You didn't die. At that moment, Long Chen's mind was greatly shocked. Yes, Chen, that's right, we didn't die. The Origin Dragon Attendant was somewhat sad. But at that moment, Long Chen still felt that although they weren't dead, they had definitely changed. They were different from before. Only then did he remember that perhaps this was the black hole witch ancestor's trump card. The black hole witch ancestor had used them to preserve his life, so there must be a great use, and this use was to deal with Long Chen. This time, Long Chen had surprised them and attacked. If the black hole witch ancestor had been given more time, who knew what kind of changes he would have made with these divine souls? Long Chen should be glad that he was the one who forced the black hole witch ancestor to use this trump card, instead of the black hole witch ancestor being fully prepared and setting a trap for him. However, even at this moment, it was still extremely dangerous. Buzz! At that moment, the dragon attendants, who were concerned about Long Chen just a moment ago, suddenly opened their bottomless mouths expressionlessly and swallowed Long Chen. From the moment Long Chen stopped the blood spirit devouring to the moment the dragon attendants attacked, there was almost no time difference. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the 8 dragon attendants all pounced on Long Chen, completely entangling Long Chen. They were entangling with Long Chen's world origin. Their target was Long Chen's ancestral soul. Ah! Long Chen had a taste of the ancestral soul being devoured by his blood spirit devouring. These 8 dragon attendants were devouring his ancestral soul. However, they didn't expect the destruction of the world origin to be a violent devouring. Blood spirit. Long Chen's first thought was, of course, to use the blood spirit devouring to finish them off. His attack was definitely effective against the dragon attendants. No matter how terrifying the dragon attendants were, he would definitely be able to kill one with a single strike. Long Chen, you must understand that if you kill one, your elders will die forever. At that moment, the Great Hole Ancestor's laughter reverberated in Long Chen's ears. You can't kill them. It was the Great Hole Ancestor's words that made Long Chen stop the sword in his hand. He understood that this was the real reason why the Great Hole Ancestor had seized the dragon attendants' divine souls. In this way, they could attack Long Chen, but Long Chen couldn't bear to kill them. The dragon attendants frantically tore at Long Chen, turning into a black mist that surrounded him. Go to hell. The Great Hole Ancestor's eyes flickered with malevolence. Indeed, at that moment, Long Chen couldn't fight back or resist the devouring. He was indeed in a sorry state. The 8 dragon attendants drilled half of their bodies into the world origin and crazily bit. Mo Sheng's soul torrent. Fortunately, the Great Hole Ancestor appeared in front of Long Chen and used a nomological law to attack Long Chen's body. For a moment, Long Chen suffered a huge shock and his mind roared. However, the 8 dragon attendants were temporarily shaken away and turned into 8 giant black mist beasts that roared in front of Long Chen. Retreat. Under the Great Hole Ancestor's warning, Long Chen hastily retreated in shock. At this time, on the 3-sided battlefield, they had basically destroyed the physical bodies of the past and future ancestors, Eridao Ancestor, and Blood Demon Ancestor. 3 ancestor gods were left to imprison them, while the remaining ancestor gods guarded in front of Long Chen. They were constantly paying attention to the movements on this side, so they could naturally rescue him in time. How is it? The Great Hole Ancestor waited until he reached Long Chen's side. At that moment, Long Chen's face was somewhat pale. I'm a little confused, but... He widened his eyes and looked at the 8 soul-devouring beasts in front of the Great Hole Ancestor. That's right, even though they had turned into soul-devouring beasts, they were still the souls of the dragon attendants. As long as Long Chen destroyed these soul-devouring beasts, the dragon attendants would completely die. This is the Sky-Devouring Clan. Long Chen couldn't have guessed wrong. It was the Great Hole Ancestor who had turned them into the Sky-Devouring Clan. Of course, he hated the Great Hole Ancestor even more for causing his beloved dragon attendants to end up like this. However, the more important thing was that the Chaos Hole Wizard Ancestor could create the Sky-Devouring Clan. Chapter 3648. It wasn't the original Chaos Hole Witch Ancestor. The only possibility was the Sky-Swallowing Clan. After all, Long Chen had climbed to the peak of the infinite worlds. Currently, only the ancestral god of the Fourth Era or the sky-devouring clan that had once destroyed the dragon's sacrificial continent was qualified to be his opponent. Then it must be the sky-swallowing clan. Just like Yang Shi, she was a fish that escaped the seal. However, it was obvious that this sky-swallowing clan member's level was much higher than Yang Shi's. At the very least, Yang Shi couldn't sense Long Chen's presence, but this sky-swallowing clan member could. He could even use the divine souls of the dragon attendants to create such a terrifying sky-devouring clan that could devour ancestral souls. It was very likely that he was one of the rulers and holy masters of the sky-devouring clan that had annihilated the dragon's sacrificial continent and the myriad worlds before that era. Everyone, the nature of today's battle has changed. Long Chen's eyes were burning with boundless rage. The hatred of his clan, his elders, his father, and the myriad of worlds had all gathered together. Since the beginning of his cultivation, his mission had been to destroy the sky-devouring clan. This was the enemy that he had to destroy no matter what price he had to pay. It's too late to guess it now. The black hole wizard ancestor sneered. The 8 soul-devouring beasts were like long strips of black fog that slithered around him like demonic snakes. Their heads had human faces, and they were the faces of the dragon attendants. Who are you? Because of the dragon's servant's obstruction, Long Chen now had a handle on him. He did not act rashly for the time being. Instead, he wanted to try his best to understand the true ruler of the sky-swallowing clan. He wanted to know what a holy master was like. Me? The chaotic whole shaman ancestor didn't seem to care at all. He said, I am called the gigantic fiend god beast. Long Chen, there's a connection between us. Ever since they were sealed, everything in the myriad worlds has been under my control. Also, why did the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds return? Where were they? The truth is that they were once in my stomach. I devoured their memories. I also devoured the memories of all the gods. I created the primeval troll. In other words, the source of all the trouble you've encountered so far is me. Divine demon beasts, divine demon sacred lords. It turned out that the person who had been lying dormant in the depths of the infinite worlds, the one who had influenced the changes in the infinite worlds since this epoch, was actually him, the demonic god beast. It could be said that he was the main culprit behind everything. We once spent an epoch in your stomach? The primal chaos ancestral god and the others naturally found it hard to accept. This was the truth. In fact, they also wanted to know where their memories had gone, so that was how it was. Now, the truth was right here. If it wasn't for the fact that we had to wait for the apocalypse to mature and break the seal, we wouldn't have kept you here for so long. The fact that you're still alive is purely due to luck. Of course, that's all there is to it. To be honest, you should have accepted your fate long ago. The infinite worlds are our prey, and you're just the essence of our prey. Sooner or later, you'll become a part of our strength. The divine demon sacred lord used the chaotic whole ancestral god's mouth to speak condescendingly. In his eyes, the current Long Chen and the others were indeed far inferior to the 10 ancestor dragons of the past. They could even defeat the 10 ancestor dragons, let alone this place. Among the few of us, I am the weakest. Their appearance and return are practically permanent. I'm only responsible for cleaning up at the end. Long Chen, you don't stand a chance at all. It's so funny to see you struggling so bitterly every time. Even in the Karma Great World, he was extremely relaxed and at ease. You can boast like that again when you can leave this place. After roughly understanding the other party's identity and the remaining enemies, he had a rough idea of the difficulties and obstacles ahead. The other party was so terrifying, but they were still the weakest. This was indeed a huge blow to Long Chen and the others. But the most important thing today was still to defeat the other party. Whether it was the chaotic whole ancestral god or the chaotic whole ancestral god, as long as they could defeat the other party, the infinite worlds would be reborn and stable. As long as I kill you, they won't be able to appear. Long Chen had already discussed with the ancestor gods how to act. The divine demon Sacred Lord smiled disdainfully. I can't do anything about it if you like to speculate like this. One day, you'll know. His disdain made the ancestor gods even angrier. This was the hatred of race annihilation. The infinite worlds were the home of every ancestor god. Who would be willing to let others destroy it? The other sky-devouring race wasn't something to consider now, even if there were traitors of the 10 ancestor dragons. The chaotic sky-devouring dragon. He was also the existence that Long Chen couldn't forgive the most. Kill. Golden clouds rolled, and the hard black ground pressed upwards. The Karma Great World's pressure pressed down on the chaotic whole ancestral god. In an instant, Long Chen and the 9 fourth-era ancestor gods attacked at the same time with killing intent. The remaining 3 were controlling the blood demon ancestral god and the others. Among the 9, apart from Lingxi, Long Chen had asked them to deal with the soul-devouring beasts that the dragon attendants had transformed into. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. As for the dragon attendants, they knew when to stop. Charge. The 8 fourth-era ancestor gods charged at the front and faced the 8 soul-devouring beasts head-on. They used all their skills to control the soul-devouring beasts so that Long Chen and Lingxi could charge out through the gaps. The Chaos Ancestral gods and the others had never made any mistakes, so Long Chen trusted them completely. Of course, even if they were facing the chaotic whole ancestral god, they still believed in Long Chen. At least, this was the only way. After all, the soul-devouring beasts weren't weak. Boom boom boom. Long Chen passed through countless whirlpools of laws. Not far away, the chaotic whole ancestral god was outside the whirlpool of laws and looking at him with a sinister smile. Die. Long Chen and Lingxi joined hands and charged forward. Although Lingxi was at the back, her attacks were always at the front, so she overtook Long Chen. 10,000 Poison Curse. Under the incantation, a shocking poison was born inside the body of the chaotic whole ancestral god. No matter how huge his body was, it was still tumbling like a river. In a short time, the skin of the chaotic whole ancestral god turned completely black, like charcoal. His body was riddled with holes, and it seemed like his body was about to be destroyed. Great World Soul-Fixing Curse. The moment the black hell ring shone and black light filled the air, it was also the time when the chaotic whole ancestral god suffered. He doesn't seem to have much power to resist. Long Chen noticed that although the opponent was a divine demon holy lord and a divine demon beast, in fact, he had always used the power of the chaotic whole ancestral god. Could it be that he couldn't use his own power in the body of the chaotic whole ancestral god? Did that mean that this was a good opportunity to kill him? After Lingxi cast 2 curses in a row, the soul-devouring beast had been separated by the ancestral gods of the 4th era. This time, Long Chen rushed to the front of the chaotic whole ancestral god without hesitation. Blood Spirit Soul Devourer. He burned his soul, crossed the endless space, and stabbed at the world source of the chaotic whole ancestral god. I won't die so easily. Halfway through the chaotic whole ancestral god's words, Long Chen was about to penetrate him. But at this moment, he suddenly opened his divine kingdom and blocked a person in front of him. It was Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha. Ding, ding, ding. The blood spirit soul devourer found the world source, bit, and devoured it. Long Chen's law, which was meant to kill the divine demon beast, gathered all his power and tore Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha apart in an instant. Ah! Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha screamed in pain. His ancestral soul withered completely and was devoured. The remaining world source was shaken away by Long Chen. Fortunately, such a brutal killing did not destroy the world source. Swoosh! Chapter 3649. It was not Long Chen's responsibility to save Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha. Of course, he was also the main culprit who pushed the situation of the infinite worlds to such an extent, so he did not deserve any sympathy. However, the one Long Chen really wanted to kill was the Chaos Hole Shaman ancestor, or rather, the sacred lord of the demonic god realm. Soul-devouring blood spirit. The once all-powerful sacred ancestor Kitagarbha was killed by Long Chen with a single strike of his sword. He, who had existed for several great eras, was forever lost in the long river of history of the infinite worlds. From then on, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha no longer existed in this world. The only thing left behind was the origin of the empty shell world, the life roulette. Leaving sacred ancestor Kitagarbha behind, Long Chen continued to attack the chaotic whole ancestor, who was fleeing in the world of karma. At the same time, Long Chen was also paying attention to the soul-devouring beast's movements. Although the Fourth Era's primordial ancestor gods had no way to kill the soul-devouring beast, their abilities were more than enough to stall Long Chen for some time. Long Chen transformed into a streak of blood-red light. The blood sword flew for billions of miles and chased after the Chaos Hole wizard ancestor in the endless karma world. Boundless godly sword C. Lingxi, on the other hand, turned a small half of the karma world into a sea of swords. The chaotic whole ancestor had just escaped from Long Chen's pursuit when he fell into Lingxi's boundless sea of swords. A boundless sea of divine swords, billions of divine swords piercing the heart. In his haste, the Chaos Hole shaman ancestor was unable to resist and his movements were restrained. But at this time, under the nervous gazes of all the ancestral gods, Long Chen descended from the sky. The blood-red sword in his hand created a long rainbow. Rip! The blood spirit devourer pierced through once again. Die! Just now, they used sacred ancestor Kitagarbha as a scapegoat. Now that the soul-devouring beast was entangled by the ancestral gods, no one could save him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Long Chen to kill him. At this moment, time seemed to have become incomparably slow. Chi! Under Long Chen's violent assassination, the slaughter blood sword had indeed pierced into the body of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. World essence. There was no need for Long Chen to search for it. The world origin of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor was directly blocking Long Chen's path. Crack! The slaughter blood sword pierced through the world origin and the ancestral soul of the chaotic whole shaman ancestor. The true effect of the blood spirit devouring soul was unleashed at this moment. The terrifying law of the ancestral dragon was destroying the ancestral soul at an unimaginable speed, but it didn't affect the world origin. The ancestral soul of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. Originally, Long Chen thought that he could kill the divine fiend god Holy Master, but when the blood sword stabbed into him, he suddenly came to a realization. Could it be that what he killed was only the chaotic whole witch ancestor and had nothing to do with the divine fiend god Holy Master? You really are ruthless. All of the Fourth Era's ancestral gods were annihilated by you. While the ancestral soul of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor was struggling and withering, the mouth and face of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor were still smiling. He calmly stared at Long Chen without the slightest pain. Long Chen, you won this time. You caught me off guard, but this is not your victory. The next time I return, you will be the first to be eliminated. The chaotic whole wizard ancestor's body changed as he spoke. At this moment, a pitch-black shadow rushed out of the body of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. It looked just like the soul-devouring beast, but it was much larger. It was the divine fiend god Holy Master. The myriad world's ancestor gods were once in its belly. He actually came out of the body of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. The moment he came out, Long Chen sensed that the chaotic whole wizard ancestor had returned to his normal state. This was the real chaotic whole wizard ancestor. He was fierce and impulsive. He looked for trouble with Long Chen from the beginning, instead of hiding behind a group of ancestor gods to plot against him. However, by the time he realized this, it was already too late. Long Chen realized something. Perhaps the one who killed the dragon attendants was this divine fiend god Holy Master, not the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. In this regard, the chaotic whole wizard ancestor was innocent. But now, the blood spirit devouring soul could not be redeemed. In a very short period of time, the ancestral soul shrieked and shrank as it was swallowed by Long Chen's slaughter blood sword. Who, the great wizard ancestor of the chaotic whole sorcerer, had probably disappeared from the myriad worlds without knowing what had happened. This was a matter of life. Long Chen could not take care of him because the divine fiend god Holy Master was about to escape. He had to seize this opportunity to intercept him. As he said, if he let him leave this time, it would be troublesome if Long Chen's eye of origin of life could not find him. The next time the divine fiend god Holy Master appeared, it would definitely be the time when Long Chen and the myriad worlds were completely annihilated. Such a terrifying enemy would cause unimaginable consequences in the dark. Even after killing 2 fourth-era creator gods, he still could not deal with the divine fiend god Holy Master. Now is definitely the time when he is still weak. The divine fiend god Holy Master did not want to fight him head-on. This was a great opportunity. Long Chen chased after the divine fiend god Holy Master without any regard for his life. However, the direction the divine fiend god Holy Master was charging in was the direction of the 8-headed soul-devouring beasts. Come back. Under the divine fiend god Holy Master's summons, the 8-headed soul-devouring beasts suddenly turned into scattered smoke and desperately rushed out of the encirclement and control of the 4th-era creator gods. Like children who had seen their mother, they squeezed into the divine fiend god Holy Master's body. The gray smoke actually merged with the divine fiend god Holy Master at this time. Then, the faces of the dragon attendants, magnified countless times, appeared around the divine fiend god Holy Master's body. It was a strange beast with 8 human faces. From Long Chen's point of view, it was the soul-devouring beast that was protecting him. How about it, Long Chen? If you want to kill me, you'll have to kill your elders first. The divine fiend god Holy Master's voice was still relaxed, as if everything was under his control. He had hit Long Chen's Achilles heel. In this way, it would indeed be difficult for Long Chen to kill him. The dragon attendants were his elders, and the divine souls were their hope for rebirth. Long Chen could not kill him. On one hand, it was the lives of his elders, on the other hand, it was the survival of the myriad realms. Logically speaking, Long Chen knew the severity of the situation. If the dragon attendants had a mind of their own, they would definitely ask Long Chen to kill them. However, when this choice was placed in front of Long Chen, he finally understood how difficult it was. He knew that the myriad realms were more important, but how could he kill his elders and family just for this? Despicable and shameless. The sky-devouring race had such a heaven-defying devouring talent, and they were unscrupulous in doing things. This made them even more terrifying. Everything that had happened in the myriad realms recently, including the complete destruction of the Builder Tree, had been caused by him. Long Chen, today, we will make the decision for you. Your elders will understand. The ancestor gods knew the importance of killing the divine fiend god Holy Master. They also knew that if they did not die today, more people would die. Long Chen could not make a choice, but they could not. The ancestor gods looked at each other and were about to attack. You bunch of trash, what can you do to me? The divine fiend god Holy Master suddenly let out a piercing cry. That sound was like countless swords piercing into the bodies of all living beings. The ancestral souls trembled and even became dazed. Expand. At this moment, the divine fiend god Holy Master actually transformed into a divine body of flesh and blood. Of course, the 8 huge faces of the dragon attendants were still there. Their souls were imprisoned, which was why they were in such a miserable state. The divine fiend god Holy Master was a boundless beast. It had dozens of layers of tough scales that were incomparably tough. Its entire body was like a huge island in the cosmos. The cry from before had come from the mouths of the 8 dragon attendants. He had practically transformed the soul-devouring beast into a part of his body. Expand. After shocking the 4th epoch's ancestor gods, he actually continued to expand, growing bigger and bigger step by step. In a very short period of time, he was almost the size of the Karma Great World. This was practically bursting Long Chen's world. Scram! The fourth epoch's ancestor gods wanted to attack again, but the eighth soul-devouring beasts and the divine fiend god Holy Master combined together once again unleashed a massive soul collision. Hua! In this aspect, even if the ancestor gods attacked, the effects were relatively limited. As for the divine fiend god Holy Master's body, it was simply unimaginably large. It was currently repelling Long Chen and company. At the same time, it had not reached the point of bursting through the karma great world. However, it was not necessary to stick together to break through the world. Break. Chapter 3650. In the karma dimension, even Long Chen was forced into a corner. The giant god-fiend beast combined his and the eight-headed soul-devourer beast's power. It completely surpassed Long Chen and the fourth era's creator gods. Because of this, the karma dimension that Long Chen was very confident in actually cracked under the pressure of the giant god-fiend beast. And the giant god-fiend beast only needed a crack. See you again, Long Chen. This time, let's see if you can find me in the infinite worlds. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the celestial demon beast turned tiny again as it fled for its life. Although his method of escape was not as miraculous as the past and future ancestors, he was fast, and the Sky Devourer's method was completely unfathomable. The karma world was no longer of any use. After Long Chen retreated, he and the group of elder gods chased after the beast. But in just a few moments, the fiend god beast transformed into countless wisps of smoke that dissipated into the myriad worlds. It was impossible to tell which was which. The Eye of Life Genesis. This was crucial. The Eye of Life Genesis had been looking at the Chaos Whole Witch ancestor, and the Sky Devourer race was a special case in the infinite worlds. Whether or not he could find it was uncertain. Wang. In the Eye of Life Genesis, the infinite worlds were changing. No life could escape Long Chen's eyes. Although the giant god-fiend beast was a Sky Devourer, it was still a life. Logically speaking, it could not escape Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen saw it too, but what shocked him was, there was a type of particle that could be found throughout the infinite worlds. These particles were a type of life, and their numbers were dozens of times greater than the total number of gods and demons in the infinite worlds. They looked like individual lives, but they were actually the behemoths of gods and demons that were formed together. It wasn't that Long Chen couldn't find the gigantic god-devil beast. It was just that the entire myriad worlds were filled with the gigantic god-devil beast's body. His body was completely dispersed, and in this case, he was everywhere. It was as though the entire myriad worlds were in his body. How could Long Chen find him and kill him? How could it be so terrifying? An existence scattered throughout the infinite worlds. Countless particles of life formed a god-devil behemoth. Now, the demonic god behemoth seemed to have lost its mind. It was just a particle scattered in the myriad worlds, and it was impossible to kill all of these particles. Moreover, they were still moving around the myriad worlds at the speed of the fourth era's ancestral god. How is it? Long Chen, can you see any traces of it? The elder gods all had solemn looks on their faces as they surrounded him. Yes, and no. Long Chen shook his head, then explained what he had seen to the other elder gods. Then what do we have to do to kill this fiend god beast? Asked the chaos ancestral god. We can only wait for him to return on his own and look for us. Otherwise, it's simply unrealistic. This was the case for now, unless Long Chen had laws that could break the sacred lord state. In reality, he was also recovering while he was scattered in the myriad worlds. In other words, the divine fiend beasts are everywhere in the infinite realms. They can't be killed at all. Patriarch Six Path's face darkened. This time, they still couldn't solve the root of the problem. Of course, the problem was bigger than they had imagined, which was why they were in such a situation. Calm down first. After all, there were too many variables. It was useless to be anxious now. The Sacred Lord had escaped first, but the souls of the dragon's servants were still in his hands, which was quite dangerous. With this weakness, the divine fiend beasts could restrict Long Chen to a large extent. Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha and the Chaotic Whole Ancestor are both dead. Long Chen put the world origins of these two into the ruins of time. They might have other uses. He now had an idea. Could he use someone else's ancestral soul to replace the original ancestral souls of the mortal people Emperor Ancestor and the other two ancestral souls to become the new ancestral souls of the mortal people Emperor Ancestor and the other two ancestral souls? However, this was just an idea. It was not very feasible, because apart from the ancestral souls of the mortal people Emperor Ancestor and the other two ancestral souls, who understood their own laws, these three ancestral gods rejected me from the start, but their temperaments aren't that terrifying. They must have been influenced by the behemoth fiend god, especially the chaotic whole shaman ancestor. Although he opposed me, he was innocent. But the divine fiend beasts had caused the 10,000 realms to lose a powerful ancestral god. If Long Chen wanted to kill him, he would have to pay a certain price. Long Chen, the other three have something to say. The so-called other three were the blood demon ancestor, the past and future ancestors, and the era ancestor. Let's return to the death realm first. The ancestral gods controlled the three and returned to the death realm. Although they were in the death realm, Long Chen was constantly paying attention to the divine fiend beast's movements outside. After returning, the era ancestor was still in the state of the world origin. He said, "Long Chen, to be honest, we opposed you because we were worried that you would act alone and break the rules of the 10,000 realms and the ancestral gods' alliance, so that the future of the 10,000 realms would be in your hands. Although sometimes we were a little extreme in order to stop you, we would never work with the sky-devouring clan, nor would we destroy a world with our own hands, kill all living beings, or even kill the ancestral gods." The blood demon ancestor said, "It was the divine fiend beasts that affected us. We didn't know about it until he came out of the black hole wizard ancestor's body. Only then did we realize that our minds seemed to have been affected, and we were no longer ourselves. It's our fault for causing such a terrible result." The past and future ancestors didn't say anything. But now, there was a change in her gaze. She wasn't as cold as before. Just this point alone was enough to explain some problems. "All right, I understand. It's not your fault. It's a pity that the Chaos Whole Witch Ancestor and the other two lost their lives because of me." Long Chen felt a little helpless. Although the three of them didn't like him, it didn't seem like they would be killed by him. The idea of destroying the world didn't come from them. The divine fiend beasts can affect your minds. It's really scary. Our memories were all devoured by him, so you can imagine how powerful he is. This divine fiend beasts can swallow anything. The sky-devouring clan is probably the scariest. There's probably nothing in this world that he can't eat. They were all discussing. "Long Chen, how should we deal with these three?" the Chaos Ancestor God asked. The three of them were mid-stage ancestor gods of the Fourth Era. Their true combat power was at the top of all worlds. They were some of the strongest, especially the past and future ancestors. Long Chen looked at the three ancestor gods and asked, "From now on, do you still have a problem with me?" Now, they were all clear-headed. The epic Tao ancestor said, "We've been through so much. We know how you are, and how the future of all worlds will be. We've made a huge mistake. If possible, please give us a chance to redeem ourselves." All right. Since this was the truth, Long Chen didn't mind having all the ancestor gods who still existed in all worlds unite. All of the Fourth Era's ancestor gods would unite against the sky-devouring clan, the enemy of all worlds. Unfortunately, the bright gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor were killed, and 3 more ancestor gods were dead. There were 5 less in total. Including Long Chen and Lingxi, there were only 16 of this level left. There should have been more. After getting rid of them, they had to be carefully studied. What should we do next to deal with the giant god-fiend beast? He's clearly recovering his strength. We interrupted him this time. When will he return? Luckily, we interrupted him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I didn't expect the sky-devouring clan to appear so quickly. Long Chen was thinking about these questions. He came to all worlds and saw countless particles. Long Chen grabbed one and crushed it. It turned into even more crushed particles, but it was still a form of life. It was simply indestructible. It couldn't be completely destroyed. What method can I use to force him out and kill him once and for all? Now, the problem of the ancestor gods was completely solved. Only the sky-devouring clan was left. If he could get rid of the giant god-fiend beast, the chaos sky-devouring dragons and the others wouldn't be freed so quickly. Most importantly, the dragon attendants are still in his hands. This was what Long Chen hated the most. Chapter 36:51. There was no answer to how to make the giant god-fiend beast show its true form. Staying in the infinite worlds, Long Chen tried a few methods, but to no avail. In fact, Long Chen even tried to provoke the gigantic fiend god beast into appearing. However, the gigantic fiend god beast was forced into this path. No matter how Long Chen tried to provoke it, it refused to utter a single word. If Long Chen hadn't seen the gigantic fiend god beast scatter, he would have thought that the gigantic fiend god beast had disappeared from the myriad worlds. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. From now on, if the infinite worlds are humans, then the giant god-fiend beast is a blade hanging over their hearts. It can suddenly attack at any time and take the lives of the infinite worlds. Primordial War Ancestor used this analogy. The problem is, we can't even find this blade right now, Destiny Star Ancestor said. Other than the 3 Chaos Hole Ancestor and the 2 Destruction Ancestor gods, all the 4th Era Ancestor gods had been unified, and even all the other Ancestor gods had been unified. But in the blink of an eye, the danger had become even greater. The sky-devouring race, a terrifying enemy from before the epoch, had suddenly appeared. The problem now was unprecedentedly huge. They could not do anything even if they stayed in the infinite worlds for a few days and nights. As for Long Chen himself, after thinking through all the possibilities, he deeply understood that the other party was also racing against time to recover. Relying on his stronger recovery ability, he would be able to easily suppress the myriad worlds once the time was up. Therefore, it was impossible for the other party to appear at this juncture. In the end, he said, in that case, the most important thing, and the only thing we can deal with, is my own recovery. I am now only at the 5th Era Ancestor God realm. If I can fully recover to the 4th Era Ancestor God realm, then become the 3rd Era Ancestor God realm. At that time, the Void Aeon Dragon and the Chaos Sky Devouring Dragon would not be my match. Even if the giant God-fiend beast fully recovers, it may not be my match at that time. So, the task of guarding the infinite worlds and thinking of a solution will be left to you all. I should hurry up and strengthen myself. This was the only thing Long Chen could do right now. It was a hopeful decision. Okay. Long Chen, your choice is right. Everyone nodded. We have to be extremely vigilant when dealing with god-fiend beasts. If he has anything to say, he has to tell me first before making a decision. Sure. They had formed a group with Long Chen as the core. As Long Chen's strength leapt to become one of the strongest in the group, this core became even more solid. The elder gods were all waiting for Long Chen to appear and be born. While the ancestral gods were looking for solutions, Long Chen left alone. He didn't hurry to return to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Instead, he came to the border of the Northern Star region from the Death Rain. Earlier, when I used the Eye of Origin of Life, I saw a unique life form here. It wasn't a human, nor was it a demon. It seemed to be a member of the Sky-Devouring clan. His Eye of Life's origins could scan the entire world and control all life. What happened? When he arrived, he found that it was empty. There was nothing there. Impossible. I saw it clearly. It was here. He used the eye of origin of life again. Indeed, the life form was not far away from him. However, Longchen couldn't sense its existence. The only possibility is that although it's here, it's in another space, a world that's isolated from the world. Longchen wasn't worried about how powerful this life form was. In terms of level, this life form was quite weak. It was only at the level of an ordinary deity. Then how do I get to this other space? After thinking about it carefully, there should be an entrance nearby. I've already cleaned up all the worlds. However, there are still some spaces that I haven't found. For example, the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon's Companion World, the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon's Companion World, and even the Primordial Sacrificial Dragon's Companion World. Perhaps this is one of them. This place was too ordinary. Because it was ordinary, Longchen had neglected this place in the past. Let's search. In fact, companion worlds were very useful. It would be even better if there were clues to other world origins. First, let's see if this has anything to do with the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon. Longchen was now a true Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon. He had inherited Essence Blood, World Origin, and Origin Dragon Soul. Compared to the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon of the past, he was only lacking the origin of the world. After transforming into a Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon, he could use this part of his body to experience and perceive the world around him. If this was the companion world of the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon, it would be much easier. As expected, it's here. After all, this was clearly the world of the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon. After searching for a while, Longchen easily discovered that this place was definitely related to the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon. Next, let's find the source. Now that he had become a true ancestral dragon, it was a piece of cake for him to search for a companion world. It didn't take long for Longchen to find the entrance. Of course, it was an entrance that only his destiny law could open. A huge door appeared in front of Longchen. Waves surged inside. Longchen entered in the blink of an eye. This is indeed the companion world of the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon, the Sea of Destiny. Looking at it, it was like a world of death. The entire companion world was formed by endless oceans. However, unlike the blood water in the world of death, the seawater here was pure, transparent, and boundless. There was not a trace of impurities, and it was extremely beautiful. However, this was not an ordinary ocean. Every single drop of water was sparkling and translucent, like a gem or crystal. A drop of water appeared in Longchen's water. Inside the water droplet, there seemed to be a world, and there was a figure walking on an endless path. Every short distance, there would be a fork in the road, and there would be another fork in the road. Every time, there would be hundreds and thousands of choices. After walking on all the roads, there were simply too many forks in the road, and there were too many choices. A drop of water represented a life. Countless water droplets represented the Sea of Destiny, and countless lives. The world of life and death, the time tunnel, the demonic dragon tomb, the evil good and evil lake, and now he found the Sea of Destiny. Core. In the Sea of Destiny, there was a core left behind by the previous Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon. Longchen easily found it. It was like an eye that he had fused with. After fusing, he would be able to control this world. That life. In the blink of an eye, Longchen found the life that existed here. To be honest, Longchen should thank him. If not for him, he would not have found this place. He stood in the sky above the Sea of Destiny. He was the controller. Of course, the other party could not find him. It was a small blue fish. Its body was slender, and its scales were like those of a dragon. They shone in the water like blue crystals. He swam happily in the water, carefree and carefree. It was as if the endless solitude was nothing to her. Sky-devouring clan. That's right. This small blue fish was a sky-devouring clan. Of course, it was not strong, just a little stronger than a mortal. There was nothing in the Sea of Destiny that he could devour. Sky-devouring clan, die. Perhaps if he kept it alive, it would be a problem in the future. Just as Long Chen was about to make his move, the blue fish looked at him with its gem-like eyes. Perhaps because it had never seen another life form before, it was elated and excited. Although it was just a fish, it was also very happy. It swam towards Long Chen, and there wasn't the slightest bit of evil in its eyes. It was these pure eyes that kept Long Chen from killing it. Because it reminded Long Chen of Mo Xiaolang. The sky-devouring clan was just a status. It was not a permanent standard of good and evil. You, who are you? The small blue fish came before Long Chen. Its upper body was changing, revealing a human body. Its lower body was still that of a fish with a blue tail. In the water, Xiao Yu's long black hair fluttered in the wind. Xiao Yu's graceful figure, as smooth as jade, had a cheerful expression as she swam around Long Chen. Chapter 3652. She was extremely exquisite. Not only did she have facial features, but she also exuded a sense of purity, creating a peerless beauty. I'm the one who created this place. Long Chen felt that there was no need to kill her. All living beings were equal. The sky-swallowing race was born in the myriad worlds for a reason. However, there were good and evil hearts. Wow! Fishy was very respectful. Her eyes shone as she looked at Long Chen. What's your name? Long Chen asked. I don't have a name. No one has given me a name. Then I'll give you one. You're a small fish. Let's call you Fishy. Simple and crude. This was how Long Chen gave people names. Okay. I'm Fishy. I have a name. The blue fish was very happy. She swam happily in the sea of destiny. Xiaolang. Long Chen let Mo Xiaolang appear here. She has great potential. She's similar to me. However, she swallowed water. Mo Xiaolang said after observing for a while. It really is water. However, even though the Sea of Destiny is in the form of water, it has nothing to do with water. That's why the water here can still exist. This was within Long Chen's expectations. Big brothers, how should I address you? Fishy swam over. She had an innocent look on her face. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang introduced themselves. Then they discussed in secret, is she useful? Mo Xiaolang said, there isn't much good water in the myriad worlds. Even if she swallowed the largest sky demon ocean, she would only reach ancestor god level. She's not much weaker than me. That's why her growth is limited. However, she has a pure heart. We can't kill her. Let her play here. That was his suggestion. Actually, Long Chen thought so too. Alright, but I'll feed her when I'm free. It's necessary to make more friends so she can tell right from wrong. At the very least, Long Chen had a lot of rare and precious water. After a few hours, Long Chen didn't find anything else in the Sea of Destiny. Xiao Yu was the only one who had the same potential as Mo Xiaolang. He had to prepare to go back and cultivate. Big brother Long Chen, big brother Xiaolang, are you coming back? When they were about to leave, little fish was disappointed, and tears flowed out of her eyes like pearls. Of course I'm back. Have fun here. The sky-swallowing race was very pure and had a very good impression of Long Chen and the others. Although it was only for a few hours, he felt like he was family to Long Chen. By the way, how did she get here? He was probably dragged into the chaotic heavenly fate dragon's companion world by chance during the Great War before the epoch. It's also possible that her parents passed away after reproducing here, leaving her alone. Long Chen had asked Xiao Yu about it. She said that she had been here since she could remember. Of course, she had no idea how much time had passed. After that, he returned to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time to cultivate. He thought that now was the time for all beings in the world to believe in him. This time, he had resolved the danger brought by the chaotic whole ancestor wizard. All beings didn't know about the celestial demon beasts yet. Now, he had resolved it in 10 days. The problem of destroying a world would make all living beings in the myriad worlds rejoice, and it would bring him even more wish power. That was indeed the case, but the problem was, the speed of increase was really inadequate for the leap from the 5th era to the 4th era. If he wanted to leap to the 4th era's ancestral god, even if he had the best conditions, Long Chen could only succeed after spending tens of thousands of years. After all, he had 5 world origins now. It was impossible to become stronger in a short time. This was a headache for Long Chen. If the dragon servants were here, they might have already found the world origins and origin dragon souls of the Shadow Dream Demon Dragon and the Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon. It's really troublesome to rely on myself. As it was very difficult for him to reach the 4th era's ancestral god realm in a short time, Long Chen felt that it was a very effective way to resist the celestial demon beasts by finding and inheriting the 3 ancestral dragons' legacies. Especially the primordial dragon sacrificial rite, which was divided into creation, primordial and chaos. If the primordial dragon sacrificial rite could reach the level of the 2nd era's ancestral god realm, he couldn't imagine how powerful he would be by then. Even the 1st ancestral dragon, all of these were his goals. Although he was already very powerful, Long Chen was still far from being satisfied. He needed more power to protect his home. One day, he cultivated hard in the 4th floor of the Tower of Time to no avail. His speed was still too slow. All the worlds were in danger, so he felt a bit depressed. He went to the dragon sacrificial continent to walk around and relax. Only by letting go of himself could he make progress. Long Chen. A secluded path led to a deep and serene valley. There was a waterfall in the depths of the valley, and there was a sparkling emerald pool at the bottom. The beautiful scenery of the deep valley was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. The most beautiful ornament in the valley was the woman in the pool. Half of her body was submerged in the pool. Her dark green long hair was wet and stuck to her chest. Drops of water were sliding down her snow-white skin. The light gauze was wet and stuck to her body, and one could vaguely feel her alluring curves. To describe her with one word, it was tender and beautiful. This was Li Xuanji. This appearance made Long Chen let go of everything and completely immersed himself in her beauty. Forget about your worries. Forget your worries and accompany me. Li Xuanji turned to his back and wrapped her fair and tender arms around his neck. Her soft and delicate body stuck to Long Chen's back. Okay. The sun rose and set, and the tide surged. Unknowingly, they were lying on a blue stone, bathing in the moonlight. I can't help with the recent matters. Li Xuanji whispered in his ear. I still can't find the inheritance of the Umbra Dream Demon Dragon. Otherwise, you would be more powerful than ordinary 4th era ancestral gods. Long Chen sighed. Li Xuanji's beautiful eyes flickered in the night sky. She said, don't feel pressured. Just deal with everything calmly. If I can help, I will try my best. If I can't, I want you to relax and go further. Therefore, in this valley, her beauty caused Long Chen to linger and forget to leave. He stayed in her gentle embrace for a long time, unwilling to leave. As such, his mind was completely relaxed, and the pressure of the myriad worlds was quietly put aside. It turned out that this was also her good intentions. The two chatted in the night sky for the whole night. Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed, and he had more confidence in the future. He believed in the impact. The realms of the 4th era should be faster. I'm still confused about one thing that you guys have neglected recently. Late at night, Li Xuanji suddenly thought of something. Long Chen asked, what is it? Li Xuanji said, recently, I see that the dragon sacrificial continent has been expanding, and it has already connected to the origin of the dragons in the east. The origin of the dragons is the most mysterious place in the myriad worlds. It is said that the ancestral dragons were born here and came out from there. I have a feeling that there must be a deeper secret inside. You haven't forgotten what you experienced the last time you went in, right? The origin of the dragons. The place that Long Chen yearned for the most. Li Xuanji was right. Long Chen had neglected that place recently. There may be many secrets in the myriad worlds that we don't know. For example, the appearance of the third era's Yuan Cave, or even the second era's Yuan Cave, is simply unimaginable. I have a feeling that the origin of the myriad worlds is probably inside the origin of the dragons. After all, even the first ancestral dragon came from there. What exactly is inside? Li Xuanji didn't have any other time, so she spent all her time thinking about these things. She could still imitate all of Long Chen's attacks, but because she lacked the power of the world's origin, the power wasn't strong. You're right. Long Chen also began to think seriously. Chapter 36-53. With Li Xuanji's reminder, Long Chen recalled the origin of the dragons. Are you really going to explore it? This is a risk. If you get trapped inside, it will only be more troublesome for the myriad worlds, Li Xuanji said. She mentioned the origin of the dragons to remind Long Chen not to forget about it. When he said he wanted to enter, she was worried. Long Chen thought for a while and said, since it is the origin of the dragons, it is unlikely that it will harm me and the myriad worlds. Moreover, everything is about fighting and taking risks. Since it is not easy to reach the fourth era's ancestor god, I will take the risk. It is an attempt and a choice. This was his decision. Li Xuanji stared at him with her bright eyes and said resolutely, I was the one who suggested this. This time, I want to go in with you. Anyway, I'm considered half a successor of the ancestral dragon. The origin of the divine dragons won't harm me. What if I die inside? Long Chen said. That's great. Dying with you isn't something I can't accept. Li Xuanji smiled sweetly. All right. It was convenient for Li Xuanji to follow him. She was his Yin demon and only needed to return to his body. It would not hinder him. Since he had made the decision, he had to act immediately. Long Chen told Lingxi and the 14 Fourth Era's ancestor gods about his decision. You have really decided? Chaos Ancestor God asked. Yes. All right, we will keep a close eye on you during this period. But after you go in, I am afraid we will not be able to contact you. Long Chen said, I know the situation outside. If there is nothing, I will return as soon as possible. Given the current situation, we have to take the risk. Go. The other ancestor gods probably had the same thought. Lingxi was slightly worried. It's good that Sister Xuanji goes, the two of us can discuss. She was of great importance in the myriad worlds now, so she couldn't follow Long Chen. Moreover, she couldn't become a part of Long Chen's body like Li Xuanji. After making up his mind, Long Chen arrived at the divine dragon origin grounds in the blink of an eye. The current dragon sacrificial continent's position was slightly deviated from the original dragon sacrificial continent's position, so the dragon sacrificial continent had been expanding. Only now did it come into contact with the divine dragon's origin ground and surround it. The ancestral dragon cave was still deep and quiet. Li Xuanji was currently in Long Chen's body. Depart. Taking risks was a lofty sentiment. There was a difference between having a woman by his side and going in alone. At the very least, it gave him a sense of security. At the same time, it also gave him a sense of responsibility to protect. It would give him an even stronger belief. This time, Long Chen did not say anything and directly rushed in. I'm coming. He had gone in a few times in the past, but he wasn't considered strong back then. This time, Long Chen guarded his mind and moved forward step by step, unaffected by his surroundings. At the start, it was the resistance from the ancestral dragon cave. This was a force that pushed the physical body and repelled people out. Long Chen could enter this part in the past, let alone now. After passing through this part, Long Chen stepped into a white world. Everything was nothingness. From this moment onward, his mind was greatly affected and he was very confused. The faint sound of the wind was changing Long Chen's thoughts and thinking, gradually confusing his ancestral soul. The white mist that constantly attacked them was a terrifying thing in itself. Long Chen. It seemed that having Li Xuanji in was indeed very beneficial. Every time she called out, Long Chen would wake up a little, reminding him that he was in the ancestral dragon cave. If it wasn't for her, he would always forget this fact. Continue forward. This is the ancestral dragon cave, I can't be affected, this is the ancestral dragon cave. Long Chen kept reminding himself. On his body, the 5 world origins were emitting a faint light, the blood-colored longsword that turned into his spine, the time chain that wrapped around the ancestral soul, the dragon head ring that formed the god kingdom, the necklace of fate that illuminated his eyes, and the black gold halberd that shook his heart. Charge. From this position, he tried his best to charge forward. Figures seemed to be flickering around him, and he could vaguely hear people talking, but he couldn't tell what they were talking about. The last time Long Chen came here, he also touched the figures here. At that time, he thought that because he touched the figures, the ancestral god of the myriad worlds would appear. In fact, it didn't matter at all. Who are these figures? Long Chen was originally quite depressed, but when these figures appeared around him, the doubts in his heart sobered him up quite a bit. This place is indeed mysterious. I can't even see these people clearly. Who are they? Li Xuanji kept talking to Long Chen. Although she was protected, she was also affected. She could only talk to Long Chen to maintain a certain level of clarity. I don't know. Continue forward. He wanted to see just how long this cave was. In any case, it was a vast expanse of whiteness until now. He didn't know how long it would take to go further in. It could be a day or 2. It could be tens of thousands of years. It could even be a few epochs. There seemed to be no concept of time here, nor did there seem to be any concept of space. There were people everywhere. At one moment, Long Chen seemed to be walking forward, and at another moment, he seemed to be walking backward. It's over, there's no way out. Such a thought appeared in Long Chen's mind. It's like an endless maze, there's no way out. This time, he was definitely the one who went the furthest. Of course, he had a special encounter last time, which was when he went to the world before the epoch and witnessed the destruction of the myriad worlds. However, there was a suspicious point. He became stronger there, and when he came back, he actually became stronger. This time, he was even further away than before. However, there was indeed no similar situation. Long Chen, I want to sleep for a while. After persevering for a long time, Li Xuanji finally couldn't hold on anymore. No! Long Chen shouted. He was very nervous. If he fell into a deep sleep in this place, what would he do if he couldn't wake up in the future? Oh! However, Li Xuanji's voice was still very soft. You can't sleep. Long Chen directly pulled it out of his body. The drowsy Li Xuanji fell into Long Chen's hands. She fell limply on Long Chen's body, squinting her eyes as she looked up at Long Chen, looking very weak. Although she was still seductive like this, he was worried that she would die. Long Chen wasn't in the mood. Left with no choice, he could only use the origin force of the world to attack her body. Pop! Li Xuanji woke up. Long Chen kept walking, but he didn't attack. At this time, when he attacked outside, the surrounding world trembled. For a moment, he felt a sense of danger, as if he was being targeted by a giant beast. Come back. Chapter 36-54. Misty and Mysterious. Even with Long Chen's current cultivation realm, he still knew nothing about the Cave of Ancestors. Fortunately, Li Xuanji was not affected much. At this moment, the unchanging interior of the Cave of Ancestors finally changed. In front of him, a large amount of white mist appeared, and the vague silhouette of a giant beast appeared. The giant beast looked a little like a lion, but also a little like a tiger. It was strong and majestic, and it glared at Long Chen covetously. Roar, the roar came from all directions. Encountering the shadow of such a giant beast in this vast and mysterious area was like Long Chen encountering a ferocious tiger in the forest when he was powerless. That powerlessness and lack of understanding of his surroundings were the same. The origin of the mystical dragons was a little unfamiliar to him. In an instant, the ferocious tiger pounced. Its claws and fangs, and its majestic strength were all threats to Long Chen. Break! Long Chen took out the Karma war halberd. In this place, many things were affected. Long Chen could not release many of his rules normally, and he even felt like he would forget them. Therefore, he gripped the Karma war halberd and chose to use it to pierce. Wang! The ferocious tiger collided head-on with Long Chen's war halberd. After the collision, the giant beast roared angrily, and its entire body collapsed. The sense of danger disappeared. He did not expect such a ferocious tiger, which looked terrifying, to be destroyed with a single blow. Fortunately, the danger was averted. However, after the danger was averted, Long Chen realized that the world around him had changed again. Previously, he was surrounded by human figures of the same size as Long Chen, but now there were many more beasts around him. They were all the same type of giant beasts. Fortunately, they did not attack Long Chen. Instead, they paced around him. The beasts looked different, but they were all very terrifying. In the white fog, it was difficult to get close to them. In this place, he felt like his abilities were sealed, and he had returned to his original state. Long Chen calmed himself down and continued forward. At least he had passed through a region, and was no longer pacing around the original area. I'd like to see how many secrets there are in the Ancestral Dragon Cave. If it was in the past, Long Chen would have already become dizzy after entering so deep. It was also because he had become an all-round ancestral god of the fifth era that his ancestral soul had grown to a level where it could resist. Still no end? How far is it? For Long Chen, the biggest problem was how he was going to leave this place. Will we be trapped here forever? Li Xuanji asked worriedly. Definitely not. Long Chen still had a deep belief in his heart that the myriad worlds still needed him. At this juncture, he definitely couldn't be trapped here forever. Perhaps with the presence of a woman, his confidence was stronger. Long Chen's steps forward also became stronger. Not long after passing through countless beasts, Long Chen finally found a gray vortex in front of him. That was the only special place in the cave of the Ancestral Dragon. That must be the entrance to the real cave of the Ancestral Dragon. I found the way. The secret must be in there. He finally found it. Needless to say, he was excited. He quickly approached the entrance. However, at this time, there were actually a few giant beasts blocking in front of him, not letting him get close to the gray vortex. Of course, these were the shadows of giant beasts formed by clouds and mist. Roar! The giant beasts growled in a low voice, not wanting him to get close to this place. They were threatening him. Get lost. Long Chen held the slaughtering blood sword in one hand and the Karma halberd in the other as he killed his way forward. When his world's origin appeared, the giant beasts acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Some were destroyed by Long Chen, while others fled. Behind him, more giant beasts were formed, and they tried to stop Long Chen with no regard for their lives. For a time, the white world was very chaotic. Giant beasts flooded everywhere, and Long Chen was trapped in a small area. How troublesome. At this time, Long Chen basically used all 5 of his world's origins at the same time. It was like 5 people attacking at the same time, forcibly cutting a bloody path, shattering all the surrounding rumors and rushing a path. In the blink of an eye, the gray vortex was already in front of him. Go in. When he came into contact with this vortex, he felt a kind of warmth, like a mother's embrace. It was very beautiful, very ancient. Long Chen's body was quickly submerged in it, as if he was submerged in water. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by the gray vortex. After a short period of confusion, Long Chen finally became a little more clear-headed. He felt that he had entered a normal world, and his thoughts were no longer as fuzzy as before. He stabilized himself, passed through the gray vortex, and came to a new place. The first thing he felt was that this place was empty. It was completely different from the white world he had been in before. After waking up, of course, he had to figure out where he was. First, his eyes. The eyes could most directly see the surroundings, of course, only visually. Now that he was in this place, it brought a deep shock to Long Chen. That was because it had been a vast expanse of whiteness before, but now, the world before them was completely chaotic, and even space and time were extremely unstable. Moreover, this world wasn't filled with starry skies or worlds, but primordial chaotic mist. Ancient, complex, and the origin of all things. Everything in the 10,000 worlds today originated from the changes and derivations of such ancient things. This environment is similar to what I imagined. Even the first ancestral dragon had not been born. At that time, it was similar to the ancient world of the first era. It was as if the world had just been opened, and everything was still primitive. Long Chen could not help but be shocked. How could the inside of the cave of ancestral dragons be such a world? The same ability would have different effects in different places. This was a huge world that was completely different from the myriad worlds. There was only ancient primal chaos mist in the surroundings. This world might not be very big, it might only be 100th, 1,000th, or even 100th of 1,000th of the myriad worlds. However, it was highly condensed and compact. If this world was expanded, it might be as huge as the myriad worlds. The difference between this place and the 10,000 worlds was that they had the same weight. However, this place was an iron ball the size of a thumb, while the 10,000 worlds were inflated cotton. From the cotton to the inside of the iron ball, the difference was imaginable. Long Chen felt that his cultivation, attack power, speed, destructive power, and so on were all compressed into a very small range. Rules were still rules, and power was still power. Even in this world, it was not as shocking as the 10,000 worlds, and the speed was not as terrifying. It could easily travel hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. It's a bit like a long time ago, when I was still in the divine martial realm, in the 3 emperor domains. From this, one could well imagine how great the restrictions they had to endure in this place were. If it were other ancestral gods of the 4th era, they would probably be even worse off than him. For the time being, Long Chen could not see the end of this world. In fact, under the heavy fog, it was difficult to see clearly what was thousands of meters away. Similarly, even if he transformed into a divine dragon here, his size would be suppressed. It would not be as exaggerated as the 10,000 worlds, which exceeded the size of a world. I came here through the cave of ancestral dragons. Where is this? Legend has it that every ancestral dragon was born in the cave of ancestral dragons, starting from the 1st era and appearing in the 4th era. The chaotic heaven-devouring dragon appeared in the 5th era. Then, could this be? When Long Chen guessed this, he was naturally impulsive. Chapter 3655. Very likely. This place definitely didn't belong to the myriad worlds. Of course, it wasn't certain if it was the place where the 10 ancestral dragons were born. Let's explore it and take a look. Long Chen began to tear through the wind and move. Eye of origin of life. This was what he was good at. He wanted to see if there were any other living beings in this world besides them. However, what made Long Chen dumbfounded was that the eye of origin of life that he was extremely confident in was useless. It could only see within tens of thousands of meters. Of course, there were no living beings within such a short distance. This was the oppression of this world. If it was in the myriad worlds, Long Chen could easily search through the entire world without letting go of anything. It was as if the rules of the ancestral dragons weren't special here. We can't see anything. We can only look around and see what we can find. Long Chen said to Li Xuanji. Okay. The two started to travel in this firm and primitive world. After a while, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. He had made a new discovery. Xuanji. What's wrong? I found that although this world has a large confinement, the energy it contains is very different from the spiritual qi in the myriad worlds. Therefore, we can't feel how dense it is, but Long Chen gave it a try and sensed it. He was slightly excited. But what? Don't keep me guessing. Li Xuanji couldn't help laughing. Long Chen said seriously, however, I can still absorb the energy here and convert it into my world's origin energy. The problem is, the energy here is more suitable to be converted into world's origin energy than the spiritual qi of the myriad worlds. These two types of energy are the closest to each other. In other words, my cultivation speed will be faster here. 1 day is equivalent to 10,000 days in the myriad worlds. 1 year means 10,000 years. Although it's similar to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, it's obviously more beneficial to me here. If the 4th floor of the Tower of Time was ignored, this place was simply too different from the myriad worlds. This place had sufficient resources, while the 4th floor of the Tower of Time had sufficient time. I can set up a time formation here. Although I can't make it 10,000 times faster, I can still change the flow of time. At least, I could promote to the 4th era provenance ancestor realm faster here than in the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Long Chen said firmly. Then, should we set up the time formation now? Li Xuanji asked. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, it wasn't easy to get in here, so I'd better figure out the situation here first. I'm saying if there's a powerful life form here, then this place isn't safe, and we won't be able to cultivate in peace. You're right. There must be something mysterious here. Let's hide ourselves first and look around. Li Xuanji also felt that it was safer this way. Long Chen used a law that was similar to the time dragon from a long time ago. Of course, it was even more profound. He created a river of time in this world and hid within it. Through constantly changing time and switching between the past and the future, it made people forget about their own existence. After all, this place was completely unknown to him, so Long Chen did not dare to act rashly. Forward. Shift. He walked aimlessly, but he was always paying attention to his surroundings, occasionally looking around with the eye of life. There seems to be nothing. After moving for about 2 hours and changing many places, he basically didn't discover anything. It was very quiet here. There was nothing. Maybe, there really is nothing? Long Chen began to confirm this idea. Of course, he didn't know how big this world was now. Anyway, so far, Long Chen hadn't finished exploring. Looking at this primitive world, he suddenly felt a little worried. Xuanji, this world is like a completely sealed death row prisoner. Do you think we can't get out? That's possible. After all, I haven't seen any door to get out. In fact, apart from the endless chaotic mist, there seemed to be nothing. It was a world that was like paste, sticky and hard. He frowned and looked around. After thinking about it carefully, if there were no other discoveries, then the most important thing now was to find a place to leave. As he was thinking, suddenly, Long Chen felt some movement near him. His eyes turned into the jade-green planet-like eye of life. Looking in that direction, something suddenly changed. There's something. He was sure that it was a kind of life. Of course, he didn't know what kind of life it was, but from the shape, it should be a beast, not a human. Looking closely, it should be a huge bird. Although it was huge, when it spread its wings, it was only about 200 meters long. But this wasn't the infinite worlds. Long Chen's divine dragon body was only about 200 meters long. This meant that if this bird went to the infinite worlds, it should be even bigger than Long Chen. That was almost the size of the country beast, the destiny star beast, the 6 paths of reincarnation beast, and the creation primordial spirit beast. It was equivalent to the 4th era's ancestor god. He just didn't know if it had the strength of the 4th era's ancestor god. It might even be stronger. Long Chen hid in the river of time and waited for it to come. However, he soon knew that it was useless. Obviously, the other party had discovered him and was heading in his direction. This giant bird is as big as the 4th era's ancestor god demon clan. What on earth is in the world inside the cave of the ancestral dragon? Soon, Long Chen realized that he had seen this bird in the white world of the cave of the ancestral dragon. What attracted Long Chen's attention was that this giant bird had a total of 9 heads. The one in the center was the main one, and the other 8 were surrounding it. They had long necks and looked extremely fierce. An ear-piercing bird cry rang out. "It's not weak." From this voice, Long Chen could roughly determine that this person was definitely not a weakling. It might even be very strong, and he wasn't sure if he could defeat it. Moreover, it was obviously a creature that had a connection with the ancestral dragon. "You?" In the blink of an eye, the gigantic beast broke through the clouds. Its gigantic body and 9 heads appeared before Long Chen. Long Chen took a closer look. This was a giant gray phoenix. It had the same appearance as a phoenix, except that its color and head were different. This gray phoenix looked even more fierce and terrifying. Phoenixes existed among the creator gods. Long Chen had seen its true form before. It was gorgeous, solemn, and had the majesty of a divine dragon. However, the strongest among them was definitely far from the level of this gray phoenix. Although it was only about 200 meters in this primitive world, its fierce divine might was something that ordinary demons couldn't compare to. Probably only the creation primordial spirit beasts could compare to this bloodline. This giant bird exuded a strong primitive aura. It must have grown up here. From it, Long Chen could feel the power of the origin of the world. From the fluctuations, this giant bird should have the origin of 6 worlds. Luckily, it's not 7. Even so, it was extremely shocking. In this primitive world, any one of them was at the level of the 4th epoch's origin god. Most importantly, this gray 9-headed phoenix did not have the origin of the world. She was actually a kind of destruction ancestor god. The origin of the world existed directly on her body, which made her body harder and more solid. Her physical strength probably surpassed that of the primordial war ancestor. This was Long Chen's most basic understanding of this gray 9-headed phoenix. There was a strange feeling in his heart, as if this creature in front of him had the feeling of a primordial ancestor. The dark gray phoenix's 18 eyes widened when it saw him, and it screamed in a woman's voice, "Who are you? No outsider has ever entered the primogenitor's world. Where did you come from? The 1st epoch's cave, the 2nd, or the 3rd? Or 4th?" This question had already revealed a lot of information. For example, the name of this world was actually called the primordial world. Chapter 3656. Ancestral Phoenix, Senior, I have indeed entered this place by mistake. May I ask how I should address you? Having just arrived in this world, Long Chen naturally did not want to have a conflict with the natives here. Plus, who knew if she had helpers? Who knew if there were stronger ones here? After all, even the ancestral dragon might have been born in this world. This might be the most mysterious place Long Chen had ever entered. Mysterious, ancient, heavy, and terrifying. So, he spoke respectfully to the gray phoenix. The gray phoenix's 9 heads stared at Long Chen and circled around Long Chen, dancing in the primogenitor's world. Those 18 gray eyes were indeed quite frightening. But after a while, he did not speak. You should be from the 1st era grotto. The gray phoenix did not answer Long Chen's question. Instead, its eyes were cold, and its 9 heads spoke at the same time to Long Chen. She did not answer him, and there was a certain hostility. Long Chen said, "Senior, I don't know where the 1st era grotto you speak of is." The gray phoenix laughed coldly and said, "First, don't call me senior. There is no barrier between us, no need to curry favor. I am the ancestral phoenix, and this is the primogenitor's world. There is only a world and ancestral beasts here, nothing else. Second, of course you don't know about the First Era Grotto, but you should know other names. It is a world with dragons, called the Dragon Sacrificial World. First, Long Chen heard the words ancestral beasts. Ancestral dragons, ancestral beasts, ancestral gods. She said that there were only ancestral beasts here, which meant that there were a certain number of ancestral beasts in this primogenitor's world. And this ancestral phoenix before him should be one of them. He just did not know what the relationship between ancestral beasts and ancestral dragons was. The second question was even more shocking. In the dragon sacrificial world, which was also the infinite worlds, Long Chen had thought about the existence of the First Era Grotto and guessed how many ancestral gods there were. But he had never thought that the infinite worlds were actually the First Era Grotto. How could the dragon sacrificial world be the First Era Grotto? What kind of place was the primogenitor's world? Could it be that the true pattern of the worlds that could be touched was with the primogenitor's world as the core, and then there would be a world every epoch? The First Era, the Second Era, among them, the First Era was stronger than the Second Era, and then stronger than the Third Era? The dragon sacrificial world is the First Era? Long Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This truth was too shocking for him. As expected, you came from the First Era. Obviously, you are the progenitor divine dragon. The ancestral phoenix's voice seemed even colder now, as though there was a feud between her and the ancestral mystical dragon. The ancestor divine dragon was obviously the ancestral dragon. Seeing that the other party's tone was not good, Long Chen hurriedly said, "Senior, please calm down. I'm from the dragon sacrificial realm, and I don't know the existence of the primogenitor's world, nor do I know the relationship between it and the ancestral dragon you know. I hope Senior can dispel my doubts." He was very sincere. However, the ancestral phoenix's stiff and cold expression did not fade. She was still circling and staring at Long Chen. Suddenly, she asked, "The legendary ancestral source should be with you, right? Hand it over, and I might still give you a chance to live." Unexpectedly, he had just encountered an ancestral beast, and the other party was so determined to clash with him. As he did not know how many ancestral beasts there were here, Long Chen felt that it was a little troublesome. If the other party had too many people and he was surrounded, it would be troublesome. "Senior, I don't know what the ancestral source you speak of is at all." Long Chen was puzzled. After saying that, he had a guess in his heart. From the name, and the difference between the ancestral dragon and the ancestral phoenix, could the so-called ancestral source be the ancestral dragon's world origin? Massacre, karma, time, and so on, pretending to be a fool in front of me? Fine, since you've barged in and presented the ancestral source to me, I won't be polite. I want to see what kind of ancestral source you have. Is it karma, massacre, or calamity? As expected, it was Long Chen's world origin. It was obvious that the other party urgently needed the world origin, as if they could use it. This was related to the secrets of the myriad worlds and the ancestral world. "Senior, are you talking about this?" The massacre blood sword appeared in Long Chen's hand. The slender body of the sword, the blade like a blood jade, was a unique killing weapon. Ancestral source. The ancestral phoenix's eyes widened when she saw it. Actually, she had already sensed the ancestral source from Long Chen, and she was very sure of it. However, when she saw it with her own eyes, she was still very excited, as if she had waited for countless years for this thing. "You are the primordial blood spiritual dragon." The ancestral phoenix narrowed its 18 eyes and looked at Long Chen with an even colder gaze, as if it was ready to attack at any time. The reason why he had taken out the ancestral source was because Long Chen still had many doubts. He used the massacre blood sword as a medium and said loudly, "Senior, don't be anxious, listen to me. This is my world origin, and my ancestral soul is inside it. In other words, I am one with the ancestral source and cannot be separated. This thing shouldn't be of any use to you, right? Could it be that Senior can pull out my ancestral soul and enter it yourself?" That was exactly what he wanted. In fact, the world origin of the chaotic whole sorcerer ancestor and the other two were still in the ruins of time. However, after coming here, it was completely isolated from the other worlds. Not to mention the realms of life and death, only God Nation could still be opened. However, the pressure of the world was too great, and God Nation couldn't withstand it. Moreover, there was no one else in God Nation. If he had known earlier, the three world origins might have been useful in God Nation. Humph. At this time, the progenitor Phoenix didn't answer Long Chen's question. She knew a lot and had made up her mind. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to tell everything she knew to Long Chen. It was like a starving person suddenly seeing a child in the wilderness with food in his hands. She didn't need to explain to Long Chen whether she could eat the food or not. What he wanted was to directly snatch it and get it for himself. This indirectly meant that she had other competitors in this primogenitor world. Whoosh! At that moment, the progenitor Phoenix let out a shrill cry and actually charged forward. The nomological power within its 9 heads was brewing. It was a kind of gloomy nomological power that was very similar to this world. However, it didn't seem to have a specific category. Moreover, many powers were built upon its physical body. Just its physical body alone possessed a kind of terrifying power that surpassed ordinary nomological power. Boom! The progenitor Phoenix was very fast. Its sharp beak was a terrifying sword that stabbed at Long Chen's head from 9 different directions. It wanted to peck Long Chen into pieces in this primogenitor world. Ultimate killing intent. Since the other party wanted to snatch his world origins, Long Chen didn't want to let these ancestral beasts know that he had 5 world origins. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. Therefore, he wanted to use a law to deal with it. That was the massacre law. Dang dang dang. Even in this primogenitor world, the progenitor Phoenix's speed was terrifying. In the confrontation with Long Chen, because Long Chen could only use one law, he was completely suppressed by the other party. What great power! After a few exchanges, Long Chen used the massacre law to slap open the other party's beak. However, he was also sent flying. The other party's 18 eyes flickered with greed as it charged at him again. Chapter 3657. Unbounded Darkness. This progenitor Phoenix is the destruction ancestor god, but it's stronger than the bright gold ancestor and the others. Moreover, its laws aren't very obvious, but it seems to be very compatible with the primogenitor's world. In this short exchange, Long Chen had a certain understanding of the progenitor Phoenix's abilities. He had not expected such an existence to exist in the depths of the origin grounds of the divine dragons. It would be fine if there were only 1 or 2 ancestor gods, but who knew how many there were in this unknown primogenitor's world? It was precisely the unknown that made it terrifying. Don't even think of leaving. The progenitor Phoenix's 9 heads were intimidating Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the endless primal chaos mist and charged in front of Long Chen. Its black wings were fully extended, and the power of laws surged from every feather. This was the origin power of a world that had been condensed to the extreme. The greatest impression that the primogenitor's world gave Long Chen was that it was extremely condensed and compressed. Unbounded darkness. The progenitor Phoenix was filled with killing intent. Its only target was the origin power of Long Chen's world. On this battlefield, Long Chen could feel the opponent's killing intent that wanted to destroy him. A battle of life and death. The laws of unbounded darkness extended, turning into a huge black sphere that locked Long Chen within. To Long Chen, this unbounded darkness was exaggerated. In this world of unbounded darkness, it was complete darkness, extreme darkness. With Long Chen's current eyesight, it wasn't just his vision that was blocked. All other senses were completely sealed. Unbounded darkness allowed him to enter a state of nothingness. There was nothing else, but there was also no himself. Everything was nothingness. Nothing existed. The most terrifying thing was that there was no himself. Even he himself was vanishing, merging into the endless darkness. Long Chen. Li Xuanji called out. Even Long Chen, who had some resistance to begin with, became even more clear-headed. A piece of cake. Long Chen smiled coldly, gripping the slaughter blood sword with both hands. The origin power of the 5 slaughter worlds flowed, surged, and exploded in the slaughter blood sword. At that moment, there seemed to be a blood-colored river flowing on top of the slaughter sword. The sturdy blade started to flow, as if it had turned into a river of blood. Liquid. Heavenly blood river. Gripping the sword with both hands, he swung it in the air. The domineering, majestic massacre nomological laws seemed to have been created specifically to break through the eternal darkness. Although the progenitor Phoenix's nomological laws were frightening, Long Chen's nomological laws were even more frightening. In an instant, a river of blood appeared in the eternal darkness that led to the sky. The boundless sky. Boom! Within the sky-reaching blood river, even a single droplet contained billions of strands of sword chi, let alone the entire sky-reaching blood river. In just an instant, the sky-reaching blood river broke through the sky-reaching blood river, and the rules were wiped out. Long Chen was thus freed from the shackles. However, the ancestral phoenix was still holding him back, staring at the massacre in Long Chen's hands with a burning gaze. Great treasure. What a great treasure. The 9 giant bird heads kept repeating the same words. She had probably attributed all of Long Chen's strength to the origin source of this world. Senior, why do you have to do this? I won't hide it from you. Even if you obtain my ancestral source, it won't be of any use to you. Why don't we call a truce and discuss the relationship and differences between the first epoch's Yuan Grotto and your primogenitor world before fighting again? Long Chen was very sincere in wanting to learn the secrets of the primogenitor world from the ancestral phoenix, but the other party clearly didn't have the patience. She didn't care what Long Chen said. When the first nomological law didn't defeat Long Chen, she immediately launched a new attack. As Long Chen spoke, she spread her wings in the primogenitor world at an even faster speed. She flapped her wings at high speed and flew. This time, she still completely surrounded Long Chen, and the nomological laws were within her wings and the primogenitor's body, sweeping and tearing. Primogenitor World Storm. Just like its name, the ancestral phoenix was stirring up the entire world storm. In an instant, the ancestral phoenix almost disappeared in front of Long Chen, replaced by an endless storm that sealed off this world. In the primogenitor world, a dark storm condensed to the extreme was undoubtedly quite terrifying. Long Chen looked around and saw that the violent gale could even tear his body apart. As the storm swept over, it felt like countless swords were slashing at Long Chen's body. There was no end to it. It was more than enough to tear Long Chen into pieces. Compared to the strangeness of the eternal darkness, the primogenitor world storm was even more brutal and direct. It was obvious that it wanted to tear Long Chen into pieces. However, even so, the thing that Long Chen was most concerned about was what use the ancestral phoenix had after snatching his world's origin source. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. The other party had been taking the initiative to attack, while Long Chen had only been defending and hadn't really fought back. Now that the other party was relentless, he was enraged. In this endless storm, everything was in chaos. And at this time, within Long Chen's divine body, the Karma World Origin's power quietly shifted and condensed on massacre. The fusion of 2 nomological laws instantly exploded in this endless storm. Karma Nirvana Sword. The fusion of massacre and karma's attack nomological laws, in terms of power, surpassed the blood spirit devourer. It was just that it wasn't as fatal. Gold and black transformed into 2 divine dragons that coiled around the slaughter sword. Rip! A sword flew out. Wang! The color of blood seeped into the 2 mystical dragons like a sea of blood. The 2 mystical dragons, gold and black, were completely released. They rotated like the storm, forming an even bigger storm. Blood, gold, and black storms. 3 types of storms were born in the dark primogenitor world storm. As they rotated at high speed, they were infinitely huge. The 2 origin forces of the world origin clashed in chaos, creating an indescribable tearing force. It was as if the primogenitor world storm was being torn apart from the inside. Boom! The primogenitor world storm was like a wild beast being torn apart from the inside. The sound waves reverberated far and wide. If not for the fact that the primogenitor's world was extremely stable to begin with, the sound waves would have spread even further. If there were other destruction ancestor gods in the primogenitor's world, they would have been able to sense the commotion here. Blood Spirit Devourer. Long Chen's attack would not be stopped so easily. When the primogenitor world storm was torn apart, the progenitor phoenix's body appeared within the storm. Because it had been torn apart, even though it was the body of a destruction ancestor god, it was still covered in wounds. Of course, none of them were fatal. But at this moment, Long Chen's blood spirit devourer phoenix charged over. To him, the progenitor phoenix was relatively huge. Therefore, in this instant, Long Chen charged right in front of her. Ugh! This savage sword attack only killed ancestor souls. As soon as Long Chen appeared, the progenitor phoenix realized how terrifying this attack was. She was really shocked. She had not expected Long Chen to be this strong. In fact, Long Chen's current cultivation level was not far from that of a true primordial blood spirit dragon. Run! Unexpectedly, the progenitor phoenix, who had previously vowed to take away Long Chen's world source, chose to flee at the first instant. In terms of speed, she was on par with Long Chen. However, it was clear that she was more accustomed to this world and could move more freely under the restrictions. Long Chen was just a hair's breadth away from catching her. Whoosh! Without another word, the progenitor phoenix fled frantically. Long Chen chased after her. After a while, he vaguely sensed that the progenitor phoenix had helpers. She was calling for them. Go! If he did not leave now and they were surrounded, it would be troublesome. His understanding of this place was too small. Chapter 36-58. From the chase to the swift turning and leaving quietly. In an unfamiliar place like the primogenitor's world, even if they were to escape, they could not make any noise. This is the world where the ancestral dragons were born. If there are ancestral phoenixes everywhere and they are all coveting the origin of this world, I will be doomed. Long Chen said to Li Xuanji as he left. What should we do? I know too little about this world now. I need to understand it more. I need to interact with other living beings. Of course, I need other living beings. The ancestral phoenix was too hostile towards me just now. Li Xuanji was more worried about another problem. She said, if we are unable to leave this primogenitor's world and return to the myriad worlds, we will be in trouble. After all, we only wanted to know the secret of the origin of the dragons. We did not expect to come here. Long Chen shook his head and said confidently, don't worry. The secret of the origin of the dragons must be here. This must be the true place where the ancestral dragons were born. This place could be treated as the interior of the cave of the ancestral dragons. While Long Chen and Li Xuanji were discussing, Long Chen sensed that there seemed to be a large group of people charging towards him from a position not far from him. The other party was in hot pursuit, but Long Chen had already shaken them off and changed directions. So many. Li Xuanji also sensed it clearly. At least, there are more than 6 of them, Li Xuanji said. A total of 8, and every one of them is an ancestral phoenix. Every one of them seems to have the origin of more than 6 worlds. I just don't know if there are more worlds. If there are, it would be ridiculous. 8 ancestral phoenixes? This number almost caught up with the 10 great ancestral dragons. There were simply too many of them. Perhaps these ancestral phoenixes were once related to the ancestral dragons. However, it was certain that there should not be any outstanding existences like the first ancestral dragon or the primordial sacrificial dragon. As for whether there were such existences in the primogenitor's world, no one knew. The two of them held their breaths and retreated, finally breaking away from their pursuit. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was already very far away. However, the endless primal chaos fog still obscured their vision, giving them the false impression that this world was extremely huge. That's about it. The two of them stopped here to rest. After getting rid of them, they prepared to sort out their thoughts. There are too many secrets in this world. Most importantly, they seem to be able to seize my ancestral roots and use them for themselves. This is bad news. No matter what, I still have to find someone in this world who can help me and understand this world from him. Only then will there be a way to explore this place, or a way out. The only way to find such an existence was, of course, to search. Therefore, he and Li Xuanji set out on a new journey to search for new life forms. Long Chen had been assisting the Eye of Life. It was not easy to find another life form in this vast primogenitor world. Half a day passed. It's possible that there is only one ancestral phoenix in this primogenitor world, Li Xuanji said. Not very likely, Long Chen denied. Why? Long Chen said, previously, when I discovered that I had the world's origin, if there was only the ancestral phoenix here, then the ancestral phoenix probably wanted to monopolize it for herself. Even if she couldn't beat me, she wouldn't have made such a big fuss and called all the ancestral phoenixes to chase after me. That way, she wouldn't have a share. There would definitely be other life forms competing. Makes sense. Of course, there might be other ancestral phoenixes. But that's also possible for us to search for. I'm just afraid that they are too obsessed with the world's origin and want to kill me when they see me. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect to encounter such danger in the cave of ancestral dragons. After searching for about 3 days in this primogenitor world, Long Chen finally found something. Over there. Coming here, through the layers of primal chaos mist, Long Chen could vaguely see a huge thing in front of him. It looked like a nest, like a cratered star, and on that star, there were 8 caves. Each cave was over 1,000 meters in diameter. This was the third thing Long Chen saw in the primogenitor world, apart from the primal chaos mist and the ancestral phoenix. There didn't seem to be any life forms in the 8 caves. After approaching, Long Chen used the Eye of Life to check and confirm that it was safe. He came to the sky above the gray star and looked down, sizing it up. The rocks on it are really ancient. Long Chen was proficient in the laws of time. He could see traces of extremely ancient time here. Every pothole, every mottled mark on the rocks, had been formed over billions of years. Suddenly, Long Chen came to the sky above a cave. The inside of the cave was deep, hazy, and filled with thick primal chaos mist. It was a great place to cultivate. Why is there a vague power of calamity in this? In this primogenitor world, everything he encountered was the primal chaos power. Such an exceptional power of calamity, if he didn't look carefully, Long Chen wouldn't have found it. Luckily, he had inherited the essence blood of the Chaos Calamity Dragon, and was very familiar with this power of calamity. How is this possible? Thinking carefully, this power that originally belonged to him couldn't appear here. Filled with doubt, Long Chen prepared to go in and take a look. He snuck into the cave, and his surroundings were dark. However, the power of the Great Desolation Calamity was indeed getting stronger and stronger. It was a power that was extremely similar to Long Chen's. In fact, it could even be said that it was the same power. Could it be that there is another Chaos Calamity Dragon here? Long Chen thought. But thinking carefully, didn't this mean that there was life inside? Eye of Life Origins. In this chaotic situation, Long Chen hurriedly used this law. When he used the Eye of Life Origins, Long Chen immediately saw that there really was a life in the depths of this cave. This life sign was constantly strengthening. Clearly, only a 4th epoch primordial god-level life form would have such a strong life force. It actually dodged my Eye of Life Origins. The first time, Long Chen hadn't discovered it. Perhaps this life form had used some sort of natural law to enter a dormant state, so Long Chen hadn't discovered it. But at this time, when Long Chen came in, it was startled and awakened, so it couldn't escape Long Chen's eyes. It was impossible for one to do so. The key was that there were 8 caves here. Long Chen's eyes swept around. Indeed, there were 8 other caves. They all had life. Chapter 36:59. Let's go. There were 8 ancestral phoenixes. With a rough sense, he estimated that each of them had the ability of a 4th-era ancestor god or above. And the 8 caves here were clearly nests. Perhaps they were the ancestral phoenixes' nests. Long Chen hurriedly rushed back. This time, he did not care about the commotion. He only cared about escaping. He turned into a bloodline and left quickly. This speed was the fastest he could achieve in the primogenitor's world. Who? Don't think of leaving. Behind him, there was a heavy and domineering roar. It was very heavy. Long Chen could tell that it was a little shrill compared to the ancestral phoenixes. There was still a difference, indicating that it appeared here. It should not be the ancestral phoenixes. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Long Chen rushed out of the cave. Before him, in the other 7 caves, giant beasts rushed out and surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, they blocked Long Chen's path. To block Long Chen's path, this showed that all the giant beasts were very strong. At least in terms of the origin of the world, they were not weaker than the 6. If that was the case, it would be very difficult for Long Chen to escape from this place. As they were not the ancestral phoenixes, there was still room for discussion. Long Chen was not in a hurry to break through. Instead, he looked at the giant beasts that surrounded him. Qilin? That's right, the 7 before him were all Qilins. Compared to the fire Qilins and other gorgeous Qilins in the myriad worlds, the 7 Qilins before him were dull and even a little ugly. They did not have any charm, but they were more ferocious. Especially those huge eyes. They were round, like peerless gods staring at Long Chen. Moreover, their physical bodies were terrifyingly tough. Even the 4th-era ancestor gods could not compare to them. Even the Destiny Astral Ancestor was far inferior in this aspect. After all, they were the Destruction Ancestor gods. At the same time, in terms of combat strength, these Qilins were probably not weaker than the 4th-era ancestor gods. According to the ancestral phoenixes, they should be ancestral Qilins. Indeed, in the primogenitor's world, there was a camp outside of the ancestral phoenixes. And there were 8 of them. Their strength should not be much different from the ancestral phoenixes as a whole. Tell me, who are you? At this time, the ancestor Qilin that Long Chen had entered the cave appeared. The power of calamity had come from its body. When Long Chen saw his appearance, he was really frightened. That Qilin was completely black and covered in black dragon scales. It was extremely handsome and had bat-like wings on its back, and there was more than one pair. The most obvious thing was that this Qilin had 2 heads. One was dark and cold, while the other was only the skull of a Qilin. This appearance was clearly the appearance of the Calamity Dragon from the Desolate Era. However, he was a Qilin, and the Cosmic Calamity Dragon was a dragon. A Genesis ancestor god. That's right, this guy definitely had the source of the world on him. There were certain differences between the creation ancestral gods and the destruction ancestral gods, so it was easier to distinguish them. This progenitor Qilin was very different from the other progenitor Qilins. With the primogenitor in the lead, the 8 Qilins surrounded Long Chen and stared at Long Chen menacingly. The other Qilins did not seem to speak, waiting for the progenitor god to decide. Long Chen stared at him. Xian Ji, if I'm not wrong, he might have already obtained the source of the Chaos Calamity Dragon's world. They are considered progenitor lifeforms, so they might really inherit the source of the world. If they can change like this after obtaining my source of the world, then it would explain why the progenitor phoenix wanted my source of the world so badly. The source of the Chaos Calamity Dragon's world was called the Chaos Calamity. The Chaos Calamity was a black-boned sword that was inherited from both hands. Normally, it would be divided into 10 parts to form Long Chen's 10 fingers. When used, the 10 fingers would form the primordial Desolate Bone Sword and the Massacre Blood Sword, forming the dual swords that Long Chen was most proficient in. But now, from the progenitor Qilan's perception of calamity, he could roughly sense that the claws on his forelimbs were the source of the Chaos Calamity Dragon's world. Could it be that the source of the Chaos Calamity Dragon's world has returned to the progenitor's world? And it has been used by the progenitor Qilan? This was very likely the truth. Either that, or the progenitor's world already had another source of the Chaos Calamity Dragon's world. This possibility was relatively small. After all, it was impossible for there to be two existences that controlled the same supreme law. I'm asking, who are you? I'll give you one last chance. The progenitor Qilan was probably the leader here. Long Chen was now surrounded, so he said, "Everyone, I don't know who I am or why I'm here, so I'm looking around. If I've alarmed everyone, I'm sorry. I'll take my leave first." The most important thing now was to find a way to leave. Wait. That Qilan leader's normal head and skull spoke at the same time. He stopped Long Chen, carefully sizing him up, saying, "It is clear that you are not in existence from Primogenitor's world. With your abilities, you should be from the First Era's grotto. What disgusts me the most is that you are a progenitor mystical dragon. Why is a progenitor mystical dragon back?" The difference between species was obvious. It was not easy to bluff his way through. "I don't know either." Long Chen could only play the fool. He hoped that Long Chen didn't notice his world quintessence. Just as he thought that, a primogenitor Qilan said, "Qi-yi," he returned from that place. "Even though he isn't our old rival, he definitely has an ancestral quintessence on him. Let's kill him and take his ancestral source. Our progenitor Qilan has two ancestral sources. When the time comes to fight for the progenitor's heart, we will have the confidence to crush other existences. Yes, Qi-yi, this is a gift from the progenitor's world to us. Don't let this progenitor mystical dragon escape. Let's do it, Qi-yi." Many ugly progenitor Qilans could no longer hold back. They were all asking for Qi-yi's opinion, waiting for his order. As expected, the progenitor Qilan had an ancestral source, which was the source of the world. It was very likely the source of the Chaos Calamity Dragon's world. Everyone's eyes were on Qi-yi. Qi-yi stared at Long Chen, as if there was something he wanted to know. But in the end, he felt that it was more important to take the ancestral source first. By now, Long Chen knew that the other party was definitely going to make a move. In that case, he might as well make the first move while the other party was not paying attention. Whoosh! The bloody massacre sword appeared. Chapter 3660. On the left, there was the ancestral Qilan closest to Long Chen. Because they had the advantage in numbers, they were a little careless. They seemed to think that they could crush Long Chen, so they did not care. It was like a cat catching a mouse. Long Chen's attacks were always fast and accurate. Blood Spirit Devour Soul. His first move was a killing move. Blood Spirit Devour Soul was very terrifying. If it succeeded, even the Annihilation Ancestor God would be killed in one move. At this time, the ancestral Qilan was still waiting for the leader's order. Long Chen was the first to target him. Once he made a move, a line of blood instantly appeared. With a whoosh, it rushed towards the ancestral Qilan. Hiss! The ancestral Qilan was shocked, but still disdainfully. It used a rule similar to the ancestral phoenix to block Long Chen. Break! Blood Spirit Devour Soul easily tore through the rule and stabbed the annihilation sword into the ancestral Qilan's body. It only pierced halfway and did not penetrate deeply. However, this was a power that attacked the soul. It was not as simple as it looked. In fact, it had already pierced the ancestral soul. This caused the ancestral Qilin to let out an earth-shattering scream, as if it was about to die. Kill him. Seeing this, the Qilin hurriedly gave the order. The remaining Qilins attacked. Stop, or I will take his life. Long Chen could tell that to their tribe, every ancestral Qilin was extremely important. If Long Chen could control the life of an ancestral Qilin, he would have a chance of escaping this predicament. Whoosh! The time chain also appeared at this time, binding the ancestral Qilin tightly. At the same time, the other hand grasped the annihilation sword, controlling the life and death of the ancestral Qilin. When the ancestral Qilin attacked, Long Chen's annihilation sword pierced through. All the ancestral Qilins could clearly feel the destruction of the ancestral Qilin's soul. Don't move. The ancestor Qilin let out a shrill howl. Only then did the other 7 stop. 2 ancestral roots. However, when they saw the 2 ancestral roots in Long Chen's body, their expressions became extremely passionate. It was simply too attractive to them. Out of the way. Long Chen had to be strong at this time, or else it would be difficult for him to escape. This was his only chance to take a hostage. If he wasted this chance, the other Qilins wouldn't let Long Chen hold them hostage. The ancestor Qilin did not move. Long Chen made his move. The captive screamed, roared, and cursed. Only then did the other Qilins open up a path for Long Chen with blazing eyes. Long Chen used the power of time to pull the primogenitor Qilins away. However, the primogenitor Qilins weren't willing to give up and chased after him. Stop! Long Chen turned around and roared. However, the ancestral Qilins were unwilling to give up. They followed behind him and refused to leave. Long Chen couldn't just kill the ancestral Qilins, because if he did, he would have no bargaining chips. Right now, his life was tied to the ancestral Qilins. As such, Long Chen could only look for an opportunity to escape. Basically, every time he attacked, the ancestral Qilins would cry out in pain. The 7 ancestral Qilins would be able to stand still for a while, enough for Long Chen to put some distance between them. Right now, Long Chen needed to find a suitable place to let go and escape. When he turned around, he was already far away from the ancestral Qilin's lair. However, the other 7 ancestral Qilins were still in hot pursuit under Qi Wen's lead. Almost there. After putting some distance between them, Long Chen was confident that he could escape. Just as he was about to let go of the ancestral Qilin, there was a sudden commotion in front of him. This scared Long Chen out of his wits. He hurriedly regained control of the ancestral Qilin and changed directions. All of a sudden, a sharp bird's cry came from the front. Huang Wen. Behind him, the ancestral Qilins exclaimed with ugly expressions. It was obvious that an enemy that they were afraid of had arrived. To Long Chen, this was even more troublesome. He changed directions and moved forward. At this moment, 8 ancestral phoenixes appeared in his left vision and collided with the ancestral Qilins. These were the 8 ancestral phoenixes that Long Chen had encountered before. Among them was the one that had fought with Long Chen. However, their appearances and cultivation were very similar. For a moment, Long Chen couldn't tell which one it was. However, among the group of ancestral phoenixes, there was one ancestral phoenix that especially attracted Long Chen's attention. He remembered that the ancestral Qilins had called out, Huang Wen, so it should be her. The other ancestral phoenixes were gray in color. This one, however, was like a black crystal with dreamy colors. Within the crystal, countless stars twinkled. Each feather was like a work of art. A dreamy mist surrounded this crystal phoenix. Compared to the gray ancestral phoenixes around it, this crystal phoenix was simply too beautiful. The problem was that this was the Umbra Dream Enchantment Dragon. This was how it should look. It also had the power of illusion and transformation that belonged to the Umbra Dream Enchantment Dragon. When he saw this crystal phoenix, it was even easier to understand. Long Chen could basically confirm that this so-called Huang One had obtained the Umbra Dream Enchantment Dragon's world origin. Umbra Dream Enchantment Dragon? Even Li Xuanji could feel that there was something about this crystal phoenix that attracted her. That's right. If that's the case, it's most likely that the world origins of these two ancestral dragons have returned to the primogenitor's world. There aren't other ancestral roots in the primogenitor's world. That's right. Then we should snatch them? That's for sure, but they have the advantage in numbers. There are already 16 of them, which is comparable to all of our forces in the infinite worlds. They won't be easy to defeat. Let's escape first and think of a way. At this time, the ancestral phoenix and Qilin had appeared at the same time. They were probably mortal enemies. Their appearance, coupled with the huge temptation of Long Chen, made it seem like they were competing for Long Chen. That was why they couldn't avoid fighting each other. Stop them. I'll go after the ancestral dragon. He actually has 2 ancestral roots. That phoenix appeared from the large group and charged forward. The other 7 phoenixes went to stop the ancestral Qilin. Don't even think about it. Qi Wan knew that he would do this, but he didn't know how. In a short while, he went around one of the ancestral phoenixes and followed closely behind Huang Wan. Scram! Almost all the ancestral phoenixes and Qilin were engaged in a chaotic battle. If the ancestral phoenix gets close to me first, then this hostage is useless. I'll take advantage of their battle to escape immediately. Thinking of this, Long Chen decisively let go of the ancestral Qilin. Of course, he wouldn't really kill it. After all, it wasn't to the point of a life and death struggle. Killing the ancestral Qilin would truly anger this race, and it would be difficult for him to leave this place alive. After updating the dragon blood, he continued to save manuscripts for his new book. A new journey was about to begin. Chapter 3661. The moment he released the hostage, Long Chen couldn't care less about causing a commotion. He fled at full speed. At this time, the ancestral Qilin and ancestral Phoenix were still chasing and competing with each other. They were probably old rivals, and neither was willing to give in to the other. It was this competition that gave Long Chen the opportunity to escape from the pursuit of the 16 powerhouses. He's escaped. After a short while, they saw Long Chen give up on the hostage. The primogenitor world was filled with dense chaotic mist that could obstruct vision and even the senses of the 4th era's ancestral gods. Hence, it was convenient for Long Chen to escape. He was alone now, and his body was relaxed. He made a few turns and sped away. The ancestral Phoenix and ancestral Qilin that were chasing him were gradually left behind. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from sight. He was finally free. What a close shave. I nearly fell under the control of those 16 elder gods of destruction. Once I was caught in their fight, it would be even more dangerous. Fortunately, the primogenitor world was suitable for fleeing. Although he couldn't see them anymore, Long Chen was still very careful. He constantly changed his position to avoid encountering them. However, blindly fleeing was definitely useless. What should I do now? Li Xuanji was also frightened by this lineup. There were peak powerhouses everywhere in the primogenitor world. They hadn't even met any 4th era's ancestral gods or above. The scene of 16 4th era's ancestral gods chasing Long Chen was truly terrifying. If they hadn't fled quickly, given their desire for the ancestral roots, Long Chen would probably have been wiped out by now. The most important discovery today is that we found the world origins of the Umbra Dream Charm Dragon and the Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon. They're in the hands of Huang Yi and Qilin respectively. Although I don't know why these 2 world essences returned to the primogenitor's world, the most important thing right now is to obtain them. If that's the case, then I'll have to kill Huang Yi and Qi Yi. Long Chen said resolutely. But you're alone, and they're all in groups. Each group has 8 4th era destruction elder gods. How are you going to deal with them? Li Xuanji was completely helpless. As Long Chen wandered around the primogenitor world, he was also pondering this question. As he pondered, he said, if this primogenitor world only has the ancestral Kirin race and the ancestral Phoenix race, then it will be troublesome. However, if there are other existences, I might have a chance. I need to borrow the power of the primogenitor's world to break them. This was what Long Chen was thinking. Even if there is, what should we do? Li Xuanji asked. In fact, her question was, how could she make the life here still help her? This was something that Long Chen didn't have an answer for. We can only take it one step at a time. Our understanding of the primogenitor's world is still too limited. They moved forward in the endless darkness to see if they could find anything that would allow them to better understand the primogenitor's world. At the very least, if there were other life forms, the previous 2 battles in pursuit should have alerted some existences. The primogenitor's world had indeed become chaotic because of Long Chen's arrival. The original life forms here should have been in deep slumber and awakened because of my arrival, Long Chen guessed. In other words, if he wasn't here, this place would have been extremely quiet. After walking for a few days, Long Chen came to a stop in the middle of the dark void. He turned around and activated the Eye of Life. Sure enough, he saw life in his field of vision. Fortunately, it was only one. Furthermore, it didn't seem to be the ancestral Phoenix or the ancestral Kirin. There was indeed a third type of life form. It seemed to be heading towards Long Chen. It had probably found Long Chen. Long Chen was also paying attention to his surroundings. For the time being, there weren't any other primogenitor life forms. However, he naturally wouldn't let his guard down. After a period of time, the primogenitor peacefully arrived in front of Long Chen. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic beast. It looked like a divine turtle, but in reality, it had the tail of a snake. Its entire body was dark gray, and there were ancient markings carved on its shell. It looked like an endless star map, and it gave off a mysterious feeling. I am the primogenitor divine might. The turtle's voice was deep and it spoke in the human language. After arriving in front of Long Chen, it didn't attack. Instead, it introduced itself. It let Long Chen know it. You can call me God One. Based on the way they met, he was different from the ancestral Kirin and ancestral Phoenix. When they saw that Long Chen had an ancestral source, they had attacked him directly. However, he introduced himself. Clearly, he wanted to converse with Long Chen. Right now, what Long Chen needed the most was such an existence. If the primogenitor divine might clan existed, then God One would be the leader. Similar to Phoenix One and Kirin One. However, because he didn't have a world source, he might not be as strong as those two. Senior, my name is Long Chen. After getting to know each other, the primogenitor divine might cut to the chase and said, these days, I saw that the Kirin and Phoenix clans were very restless, as if they were looking for something. I guessed that something had appeared in the primogenitor world and came out to roam. I didn't expect to meet you, the primogenitor divine dragon. It seems that you're the one who made them so restless. Long Chen smiled, tacitly agreeing. He wanted to see how the primogenitor divine might viewed the matter of the ancestral source. Shen Yi smiled and said, I didn't understand before, but now I understand. So you've brought back ancestral roots. No wonder they're so excited. Phoenixes, ancestral roots are the most precious things to them. Long Chen asked, is it not important to Senior God One? Based on the current situation, he could probably get the answers he wanted to know today. Long Chen was very curious about the primogenitor world. Moreover, this place was also related to the 10 ancestral dragons. Hearing this, God One shook his head and said, not everyone is so passionate about the ancestral source. They compete with each other. In order to survive, the primogenitor's heart needs the ancestral source to increase its power. We can't compete with them. The changes that the ancestral source can bring us are not that much. So that's how it is. However, Long Chen still didn't understand. Chapter 3662. No problem. God One's answer was clean. Long Chen knew that he had a motive for getting close to him, but since he was not in a hurry to say it, he was not in a hurry either. I'm guessing that you are a descendant of the primogenitor mystical dragons, but you do not know much about this place. In that case, I will tell you about the history of the primogenitor world. He began to recall. Long Chen listened carefully. This mysterious world had finally lifted its veil in front of him. The primogenitor world is a world that has existed for who knows how long. Time is a very strange thing here. Over the endless years, when the power of many primogenitors gathered together, all kinds of life forms were born, such as the primogenitor mystical dragons, primogenitor chelans, primogenitor phoenixes, etc. In this primogenitor world, at its peak, there were about 60 to 70 life forms. Even the weakest among them possess 6 world origins, while the strongest possess 9 world origins. The strongest was obviously the first primogenitor dragon. Based on the current primogenitor world, the time I was born should be the earliest. About the same as Dragon 2 of the primogenitor mystical dragons. However, the number of world origins we possess depends on luck. The birth of our primogenitor life is a result of luck. The primogenitor's world has a vast amount of power, especially in the most ancient times. These powers would fluctuate violently and occasionally collide together, forming a core. After a period of evolution, it is possible for a life to be born. Of course, that is the ancient primogenitor's world. The current primogenitor's world has not given birth to a primogenitor life for a long time. Long Chen carefully pondered over his words. The Dragon 2 he mentioned should be referring to the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony. I did not expect the birth of the primogenitor life forms to be so magical. They were born naturally, and seemed to have the same logic as the ancestor gods of all worlds. They were all formed from the power of the world. When the primogenitor world was at its peak, there were 60 to 70 life forms. The strongest was Dragon 1, who had 9 world origins. However, no matter how strong he was, there was no conflict between them. Therefore, for a long time, all the primogenitor life forms lived in peace. After all, when there was no competition, it was very difficult to have conflicts. Most of the time was spent in boredom and sleep. Until one day, we discovered that after a period of time, the divine bodies of our primogenitor's life forms would loosen and disappear. Disintegrate. Turn into pure power, and disappear from this world. Life is a mysterious thing. Once we have life and intelligence, we think that we will have eternal life. However, once we know that we will die in the end, all the primogenitors are afraid. Of course, there's no use in being afraid. Who knows how long it will take for new primogenitors to be born, and old primogenitors to die. It was the same for the primogenitor divine dragon. Of course, among the ancestral divine dragons, Dragon 1, Dragon 2 and Dragon 3 had always existed. However, it seemed like they were on the verge of collapse in the end. It seemed as though something had changed here. Otherwise, the number 1 ancestral dragons would have most likely lost their lives. As expected, God 1 said, at that time, they accidentally discovered that when a new primogenitor was born, the power of the primogenitor's world would condense into a core called the primogenitor's heart. With the primogenitor's heart, power would be born. When we obtained the primogenitor's heart and fused with it, we discovered that our collapsing bodies would regain eternal life. From then on, we, who were afraid of death, began to compete for the primogenitor's hearts that were born in the primogenitor's world. When there is competition, there will be fights. Long Chen nodded. That's right. Back then, the peaceful primogenitor world was divided into different groups. Once a primogenitor's heart was born, there would basically be a battle to the death. However, in the beginning, the primogenitor divine dragons were too strong. They obtained almost all the primogenitor's hearts. As long as they were willing, the primogenitor's heart would be theirs. Hence, from then on, not a single primogenitor divine dragon died. Only when the ancestor divine dragon doesn't need the ancestor's heart for the time being will we have the right to fight for it to ensure our survival. I don't know. They were living for something, but they were also afraid of eternal death. That was why the primogenitor's heart was still so important to them. Therefore, for now, obtaining the primogenitor's heart before they perished was still the only goal of these primogenitors. They lived so that they wouldn't die. Then, something else happened. At this point, the ancestral divine might bitterly smiled and shook its head. At that time, 9 things were born in the ancestral world at an unknown time. They represented 9 different types of energy. They were origin, time, destiny, and so on and so forth. We called them the ancestral roots. 9 types? How could there be 9 of the 10 great ancestral dragons? Could it be that the peculiarity of the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon lies in this place? Long Chen did not ask any questions. He was waiting for the other party to continue. Those 9 ancestral roots are in the shape of weapons. They are the only special things in the primogenitor's world. They actually contain other laws. Our primogenitor's world only has one law, and that is the primogenitor, that is compatible with the primogenitor's world. Only by conquering the primogenitor's root can one obtain other powers and become even stronger. Shen Yi yearned for the primogenitor's root. Of course, the ancestral divine dragons were the first to discover the primogenitor's root. Even though they were born consecutively and there were many years in between, they still collected the 9 primogenitor's roots and conquered them. They poured their ancestral souls into the ancestral roots. Can you guess what happened? First, they had new laws. Although we were all 4th epoch ancestral gods, they could easily crush us. Second, they didn't seem to be primogenitor lifeforms anymore. They were immortal and didn't need the primogenitor's heart. As long as the ancestral roots weren't destroyed, they wouldn't die. So this was how the ancestral dragons were born. Long Chen thought that they were born in the ancestral dragon cave. He did not expect the world inside the ancestral dragon cave to be so complicated. There were so many primogenitor lifeforms competing. Only 9 ancestral roots appeared, and no more appeared. Even so, we are still glad, because at the very least, the ancestral divine dragon no longer needs the ancestral heart. Our chances of obtaining the ancestral heart have increased. Chapter 36-63. Dragon 1, the first ancestral dragon, disappeared? Long Chen guessed that it was during the first era. He went to the infinite worlds. He arrived at a vaster, more complete world. The creator, the controller, was born. After Dragon 1 disappeared, we were all shocked. Even the other ancestral divine dragons didn't know what happened. We could only think that Dragon 1 was dead. At that time, everyone guessed that it was related to the ancestral source, but the ancestral divine dragons had already fused with the ancestral source and couldn't be separated. Then, after a period of time, Long 2 also disappeared. After a while, Dragon 3 disappeared too. We were all shocked, but at that time, the ancestral divine dragons were still the strongest, because they all had the ancestral source. And at that time, they didn't seem so surprised anymore, as if they were shouldering some kind of mission and had made preparations. Finally, one day, the remaining 6 ancestral divine dragons disappeared one after another. The ancestral divine dragons that once dominated the ancestral world all disappeared. For the remaining ancestral life forms, this was indeed a good thing. At least there was no longer a race that could absolutely crush them. At that time, we all thought that the ancestral source took their lives, and that they deserved it. After that, things calmed down, but every time a primogenitor's heart appeared, it was still a time of competition between the various races. Every time, it was very intense, and some even died in battle. Overall, the number of primogenitors was decreasing. In this way, many times, we will doubt the meaning of our existence. What is the meaning of our existence? Life or death, what is it? Until one day, a strange life form entered our primogenitor's world. He was like you, clearly from another place. It was his arrival that made us understand that there were other worlds besides the primogenitor's world. He called that world the dragon sacrificial world. From him, we learned that the ancestral divine dragons didn't die. They entered an area at the edge of the ancestral world and opened up a huge world there, becoming the creators of worlds. To complete their mission. The relationship between the ancestral world and the dragon sacrificial world was like the ancestral world was the flower core, and that world was the petals, a petal that extended out from the ancestral world. But a petal is far larger and more prosperous than the flower core, and even gives birth to countless lives. For example, that strange life form was one of them. What was that strange life form like? Long Chen guessed who it could be. He looks a bit like a divine dragon, but he's different from the ancestral divine dragon. He's much weaker, and the world he just came to doesn't have a single world origin. He can be easily crushed to death. He's a pure black dragon with an impure bloodline. Half of his bloodline is from another life form, but he has a terrifying ability to devour. Especially in the ancestral world, he was even more terrifying. Unknowingly, he had 5 world origins. This almost caught up to the ancestral divine dragons. We realized that if this continued, he might devour all of our primogenitors. Thus, we came to a consensus that he was the bane of this world, so we joined forces to kill him. Just as we were about to succeed, unfortunately, the primogenitor world suddenly gave birth to the 10th ancestral root, which coincidentally fell into the hands of this strange life form. After he fused with this ancestral root, it was different from the other ancestral roots. It was like a defective product and didn't have any laws. Instead, it amplified his devouring ability and formed an even more terrifying law. Furthermore, it cleansed his bloodline and turned him into a pure primogenitor divine dragon. Then, that ancestral root brought him away from this world. Hence, the 10th ancestral dragon, the chaotic heaven devouring dragon, was born. As it turns out, the chaotic heaven devouring dragon was originally a mixed blood sky devouring clan, a mixed blood between a divine dragon and a sky devouring clan. He originally lived in the dragon sacrificial continent during the 5th era. At that time, the dragon sacrificial continent had already given birth to divine dragons and some other creatures. By chance, he entered this ancestral world, and this place became his paradise. In the end, he actually transformed into a real ancestral dragon. No wonder the chaotic heaven devouring dragon was so special. He was not an ancestral dragon, but a mixed blood between an ordinary divine dragon and a sky devouring clan. It was not the ancestral dragon cave that gave birth to him, but he entered the ancestral dragon cave and was transformed. So that was the case. The greatest use of this strange life form was to let us know the use of the ancestral roots. It also made some of us want to be like the ancestral divine dragons, to create our own world, and not to forever fight for survival in this sealed ancestral world. We are the most honorable life forms, but we are doing the lowest competition. That's why we looked forward to the birth of a new ancestral root, so that we would have the chance to complete our mission. We waited and waited, but from then on, no more ancestral roots were born in the primogenitor's world, until now. Of course, before you came in, there was actually a small interlude. One day, 2 ancestral roots returned, the ones that Huang 1 and Qi 1 possess now. They found a portion of the ancestral root's memories, and learned of the destruction of the dragon sacrificial world, which is also the first era's origin grotto. They also learned of the destruction of the ancestral divine dragons, and that the dragon sacrificial world is still in danger. The whereabouts of the other ancestral roots are unknown, and we also know that there are some small worlds around the ancestral world, such as the second era's origin grotto. They are all petals around the ancestral world, and they all have great potential to grow. But now, even the largest dragon sacrificial world is about to be eaten clean, much less these small worlds. So that's how it is. What shocked Long Chen the most was that the epic grottos had the potential to become enormous worlds. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that the perfect worlds were far from being complete. It was like a flower that only had a single petal, and it was about to be eaten up by bugs. Therefore, we felt that it was a pity. Today, you came to the ancestral world, and you seem to have inherited the legacy of the ancestral divine dragons, and obtained their ancestral roots and bodies. Only then did we see a glimmer of hope. Speaking up to this point is to let you understand the cause and effect. Of course, we want to make a deal with you. It will be good for you, and it will also be a kind of release for us. You? How many? Long Chen hadn't asked the question he wanted to know the most. How many primogenitor lifeforms were there in the ancestral world, and how strong were they? As for the deal, he had some guesses. We have a total of 4 ancestral divine mages. There is also ancestral primal chaos, ancestral ghost fox, ancestral Taotai, and ancestral Qilin. Ancestral Kuanpeng and ancestral Kuanpeng make up a total of 10. Their thoughts are exactly the same as mine, but they are different from ancestral phoenix and ancestral Qilin. Apart from them, there are a few other primogenitor lifeforms in the ancestral world that have always been in deep slumber. I don't know what they are thinking. Everyone, please follow Frenzied's WeChat, Feng Qingyang. Frenzied would send it to everyone's phones every day. Tomorrow was November 11th, and Frenzied planned to send 500 yuan red packets to the readers. The process was like this: Frenzied would send the red packets on Alipay, and then get a red packet password, which was a few numbers. Then, he would send the numbers to everyone's WeChat via WeChat along with tomorrow's updated chapters. Everyone would quickly copy the numbers, open Alipay, and find the red packet option. The red packet option might be hidden at the bottom. Among the 3 options, as long as the password was entered quickly, they would get the red packet. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.